never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Welcome to NFL
Give me my
Plus, where you can
dreams.
stream live, local, and prime.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is sending additional assistance to Israel following Saturday's deadly attack by Hamas militants. The White House says the president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, told him more aid will follow in the coming days. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed at least 700 people have been killed in Israel. 400 Palestinians are dead from Israel missiles. The White House says it's too early to determine if Iran was directly involved in Saturday's Hamas attacks on Israel.
We have not yet seen concrete indications to that effect, but we're going to keep looking at it.
Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner says the Biden administration is keeping a close watch on any role Iran or any parties do play moving forward. Feiner specifically mentioned Hezbollah, which said on Sunday that it launched rockets and artillery out of Lebanon into Israel. Feiner reiterated President Biden's warning that parties hostile to Israel do not exploit Hamas's attacks for their own purposes. Pope Francis calling for an end to attacks and violence in Israel. In his Sunday address to the faithful in St. Peter's Square, the Pope said terrorism and war would only bring further death and suffering to innocent people and not solve any problems. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage.
We know of multiple American hostages that are being held by Hamas.
Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says he received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Stern urges Americans with relatives in harm's way to register with his organization and the State Department. Stern also said the mission is to get Americans in Israel out of harm's way. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says Saturday's Hamas attack on Israel is something that could happen in the U.S. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said Hamas and other such groups have the same hatred for America they have for Israel. Haley said the southern border crisis makes the U.S. vulnerable and that America is incredibly distracted and incredibly divided right now. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage. Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says the challenges in Operation Promised Land are obvious.
There's a kinetic threat from the sky that's present from Ukraine. We've dealt with missiles before. There's a cyber threat. There's an assassination threat. There's an absolute kidnapping threat.
Stern says he's received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. A reward is now being offered for information leading to the apprehension of the suspects involved in this week's mass shooting at Morgan State University.
Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley has announced a reward of $9,000. According to Worley, ballistics evidence suggests that 2 shooters fired on Tuesday night as a homecoming week celebration was ending. Among the 5 young people wounded, 4 have been discharged from the hospital, while the 5th is in stable condition.
That's John Schaefer reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, looks like it's that time again. Ready or not, already. Wow. We're back to do it all over again. We'll kick off a brand new week, close out another weekend, and turn the page on the calendar. Welcome aboard. 9th day of October is what we'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, what a difference a weekend can make. Yeah, those overnight lows in the 60s are gone. Looks like we're down to about 48 outside the bunker this hour. And we'll have several degrees downward to go. Most people in the northern tier of the country have distinctively noticed. Yeah, it's a little taste of winter, actually. We went from summer directly to winter. We will see a little bit of moderation later in the week, but in that northern tier of the country, we've had freeze warnings through the weekend, growing season pretty much coming to a close. Through the Dakotas, parts of Nebraska. Tonight, frost advisories extending down into central, north central, and northeastern Iowa. Pretty much all of Wisconsin, central Minnesota. Freeze warnings again for north central and northeast Minnesota. Even down into the higher elevations of North Carolina, we have frost advisories tonight. So in other words, westernmost reaches of North Carolina, the gorge, as they call it, the Tennessee, North Carolina, across the board there's some frost advisories. Even some frost advisories in the higher elevations of eastern North Carolina tonight. And freeze warnings for the higher elevations of eastern portions of West Virginia. It was indeed a strong cold front. We saw it coming, sweeping from the central states to the eastern states. If you haven't already, you noticed I've got my Hot Shot Secret, got a hoodie on tonight. A lot of folks reaching for that fall apparel, hot beverages in the coming week here. Some of the coldest air of the season rushing in. It's a pretty dramatic change compared to the near record warmth we were dealing with prior to the cool down over the previous weekend and even into early last week. For some areas, we've seen the mercury go from close to 90 degrees for high temperatures. Now we're looking at 30s for low temperatures, and all that occurred in a matter of days. A drop of like 60 degrees. Weekend activities were rained out for some, but had to bundle up for some of that football and baseball. Cold weather. October, of course, began with warmth more typical of midsummer rather than early fall across the Midwest and the Northeast. After a reprise of summer for much of the Great Lakes in the Northeast last week, we saw that flip toward the middle of fall as the weekend progressed. Signs of the approaching cooler weather arrived in the plains and the upper Midwest earlier last week. Minneapolis, for instance, you actually had a record high of 92 last Sunday. Then you only topped out in the 60s by Wednesday and Thursday. You're pretty much locked in highs only in the 50s for the upcoming week here. Chicago, a run of temperatures above 80 that dated back to the last day of September, came to an end on Thursday. Probably not going to be out of the 50s through at least maybe midweek this week, where you've been stuck over the weekend. Further to the east, the cool down was delayed till more like yesterday. So residents trading the shorts and the T-shirts for the long sleeves and the sweaters. Big cities along the I-95 from D.C. to Boston. Indeed, you're seeing the coolest weather so far this season as we get the week started here. You'd been in the 70s and even some 80s to start the month. You're going to be in the low to mid 60s in places like Philadelphia, New York City. We're talking high temperatures. Temperatures that made it into the 80s and even lower 90s for the start of the month in places like Charlotte, North Carolina, down into Jacksonville, Florida, Little Rock, Arkansas, and Nashville, Tennessee. That's going to be replaced by more comfortable readings, 60s and 70s for afternoon highs. Typical fall-like weather for that region. Cooler days also mean chillier nights. The season's first frost and even freeze risk for millions by the end of this week. Of course, Friday morning, we were already talking frost and freeze watches, warnings, and advisories along the plains from the Dakotas all the way into portions of Missouri and even north central Kansas and Missouri, which that's an important agricultural belt. This means pretty much an end to the growing season that occurred over the weekend. We will be talking some additional frost and freeze warnings as the core of that cold air shifts eastward early this week. By midweek, temperatures could dip to near the freezing territory across interior Michigan, northern Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and upstate New York. Generally speaking, a smaller percentage of places will be threatened by frost or freezing conditions in the Northeast Monday and Tuesday compared to the air back in the plains as we were headed into the weekend, the air moderating a bit as it heads off to the east. But meanwhile, welcome aboard. So you had to bundle up for some of those Friday night football games? Yes, indeed. Philly Dan is on board here on a Monday. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. How about those Eagles? He says 5-0 now. And those Phillies, baseball, postseason play continues. Everybody stay safe out there and prayers for Israel. Yeah, that's obviously the top story as the entire world suddenly shifts focus from other concerns to what is transpiring in Israel, and it's not good. Hello, Steve. Steve here, listening from northern Kentucky. We've got a little light rain, chilly 50 degrees. Yes, indeed. I've had a few sprinkles outside the secret bunker. There's not much as far as precipitation is concerned over the entire lower 48. As I said, you might encounter a few sprinkles here in portions of Ohio, Indiana. Looks like a few sprinkles over in western West Virginia. More rain up into, and it's light to moderate rain, central and upstate New York tonight. But really, the bulk of the country is high and dry. That's going to be changing in the Northwest. We're going to have a series of storms rolling into the Pacific Northwest. We can see lots of moisture stretching from British Columbia all the way down to off the coastal areas of Northern California. To begin the week, that'll be the first again of a series of storms sweeping into that region of the country. Meanwhile, Rubber Duck is on board, home fighting the dogs for a spot. You mean fighting for a spot in your bed? Get off the bed, dog. Heat Wave, good morning. Phone's about to die on me, but the balloon fiesta, it is fantastic. Democrats are evil idiots. Told the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta folks to give you a call. Hopefully they will. So good night to all the listening friends out there. Hello, Pappy, 47 degrees on the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Thank goodness this night's almost over. But it's just starting for all you nocturnal listeners. And Mr. Summers, let's get this party started. First day of the week, best day of the week. Yeah, right. Hammer down and be safe. Yes, praying for Israel. Going to be a hot topic tonight. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 54 degrees at the New Jersey-New York state line. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Got my load of monkey pickles. And got the grandson riding shotgun. I'm headed over to tune in via the app. There you go, monkey pickles. Nanners. Copy the mail, 5-7. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. All the listeners. Brr. 47, little rain here in my little part of the bluegrass. Everybody stay safe and, as always, be blessed. Yes, prayers for Israel and the USA. Trump 24. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion Bull Hauler. Good morning, 50 degrees, Ellis, Kansas. As we've got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck soaking in the glow of the Loves sign. Live action starts again here in a few hours, but right now a nice break during the fall run. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the hometown of Walter Percy Chrysler. Are you with me? Hello, Big Ed. 48 degrees in Russia, Ohio. That's a new one. I'm not familiar with Russia, Ohio. All right, I think Ed might be checking in here. He's on the bandwagon now, I think. You know, he's been telling us for weeks he wasn't going to jump on that Sooner bandwagon unless they could cross several hurdles. Of course, last weekend was one, the big test over the past weekend, Saturday there, taking down those Longhorns. How about that? I guess that would be probably, about the biggest upset of the weekend there. Had several upsets in college football over the weekend. We'll delve into that coming up here. Hello to the Milkman. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners listening to the best show, Moving the Milk, as he likes to say. All right, hello to John. Word is because of the Afghanistan debacle. That's part of the reason why this was a successful under the Iron Dome, because of the equipment left behind that Hamas was able to compromise the Israeli, and because Facebook and its Heil Hitler leaders and its loyalist employees facilitated this debacle. All right, I do know that's part of the big story, the Afghanistan withdrawal. We know the debacle that was, the millions or billions of dollars in weapons and equipment that the United States left behind. They've definitively, we know factually, some of those weapons are being used to kill Israelis at this point in time. It's a lot going on over there. And, of course, one of the first, did we not kind of call the fact when we struck that deal to get several American prisoners back from Iran a matter of weeks ago, we freed up $6 billion in funds for Iran to, well, obviously, we got plenty of money now to funnel of munitions and weapons into Palestine. We'll delve into all that coming up here. Meanwhile, again, hope you had a good weekend, though. It's 844-844-3388. We get it started, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater, and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. What do we got here? Might as well get it behind us. Hey, what day is it?
Greatest day of the week. You know, another reason it's the greatest is look how fast it comes up on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get off work on Friday, and before you know it, it's here.
Here it is.
So, it's got to be the best.
Oh, so did you get to enjoy your weekend, or did you have a weekend, or what's going on, Ron?
Well, it wasn't a whole lot of weekend. I got up Sunday morning, and it was pretty chilly. 65 degrees yesterday. It's 58 right now, coming up on Gainesville, Florida, headed north. It's chilly down here, too, but not like up there. But I'll be up there next weekend. I'm going to the Michigan and Indiana football game, so I'll be up there Friday through Monday, I think it is. Just for the weekend. Other than that, there ain't much going on in my neck of the woods that I know of.
I think we're actually gonna by the end of the week. It should be a little bit warmer. I think we're gonna get back up into the 70s later this week. But several nights of overnight lows down to upper 30s, low 40s. It's gonna be chilly starting the week.
I know. Sounds cold to me, but so they're gonna send all this aid to Israel. What's it going to be? Millions of dollars, like
Ukraine.
I mean, what do you do with all that money? I mean, seems to me they need munitions and stuff to fight with. But I don't know who they're buying stuff from. I mean, to me, it looks like Hamas has got stuff we left in Afghanistan, so they use that money for that.
Yep.
Probably. But I don't understand where all these millions and millions of dollars to Ukraine is helping a war.
Yeah, we know that's another piece of the puzzle, that some of the munitions that we have been sending to Ukraine, that we've said months and months ago, that some of that's there were accusations that it's showing up on the underground, the black market for weapons sales, and they've pretty much confirmed that as well. Some of what we've been sending over to help Ukraine is being used to fight Israel right now.
Yeah, this is crazy. My Wolverines beat up on Minnesota, which was good. But I was a big fan of Maryland, and they let me down.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they let me down. And so did Texas A&M. I was a big A&M fan, too, for the day. And they let me down. See, I'm a Michigan fan, number one, but I'm also a fan of whoever's playing Ohio State and Alabama.
Yeah.
You know how that goes.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't that the way it goes? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, yeah.
Right, exactly. I didn't get to watch the NASCAR race. I don't imagine you did either, but we need our beauty sleep.
Correct.
So maybe we'll hear something on that after a while. I don't have much to say. I'll just let you know I'm back out here driving Miss Daisy. That rental truck, I could hear but whoever I would talk to was telling me I sounded like I was in a pinball machine or something. So I didn't bother trying to call last week when I was in that rental. But other than that, I don't have anything else, I don't guess.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Talk to you later.
Hey, thanks for checking in, and you have a great Monday, greatest day of the week. All right, yeah, Michigan did take care of Minnesota, 52-10, the final score there. Yes, Ohio State took care of business, 37-17 over Maryland. LSU down Missouri, 49-39. Yeah, look at that score, 34-30. Oklahoma over Texas. Boomer Sooner. I see Big Ed has dialed that number. We'll talk some football coming up here. Alabama downing Texas A&M. It was another close game for Alabama, 26-20. Ultimately, the final score in that game. Most others took care of business. Florida State, no problem with Virginia Tech, 39-17. The final, Kansas over USC, 51-22. Louisville over Notre Dame. How about that? 33-20.
The USA News Update. President Biden is sending additional assistance to Israel following Saturday's deadly attack by Hamas militants. The White House says the president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, told him more aid will follow in the coming days. At least 700 people have been killed in Israel. 400 Palestinians are dead. The White House says it's too early to determine if Iran was directly involved in Saturday's Hamas attacks on Israel.
We have not yet seen concrete indications to that effect, but we're going to keep looking at it.
Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner says the Biden administration is keeping a close watch on any role Iran or any parties do play moving forward. Pope Francis calling for an end to attacks and violence in Israel. The Pope said terrorism and war would only bring further death and suffering to innocent people and not solve any problems. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Wheelchair Dave. He's still here in the Buckeye. Are you about ready to head south? How about these overnight lows, these chilly mornings we've been dealing with? Wheelchair Dave just sent me an email. Hats off to Big Ed and his Sooners. But then he went on to say, how about those dogs on their way to a national repeat? I don't know. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Boomer Sooner. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's right about the dogs. They had a good win, too, against that Kentucky. I figured Kentucky would give them a better showing than what they did.
Mm-hmm.
But so it looks like Georgia might be coming awake. But, man, I'll tell you, Steve, I am on the bandwagon and got my seatbelt fastened, and I'm ready for the ride. You didn't get to catch any of that game. Did you get to see any of the replays?
Just some of the highlights. That's about it.
Man, I'll tell you, I'm thankful I wasn't even at the game. I'll tell you that just sitting in the truck watching I watch it on my little boob tube. The energy and the excitement of it all was just maddening. You know, it didn't get decided till that last 15 seconds and Texas threw that Hail Mary. That could have went Texas' way, and they'd have won the game. And they went ahead with I think there was a minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. Texas was ahead by 3 points, and that quarterback of Oklahoma was that Dylan Gabriel. He kept his composure and he drove him down there, and then when they made that touchdown, he was surrounded by, I think, 4 big old Texas linemen. And I thought, boy, he's getting ready to get sacked, and boom, he nailed that receiver over in that corner, and that was it. All over with the crown.
Wow.
So it was an exciting game.
So I'm looking here, I guess based on what I'm seeing from the NCAA football scores, I guess Oklahoma bounces up to 5th in the rankings. Is that right?
Right, yeah. I'm looking at the AP poll. You got Georgia at number 1, rightfully so. Michigan number 2. There you go, Captain Ron. Was that Captain Ron that was on there earlier?
Yes.
Ohio State, number 3, Florida State, number 4, Oklahoma, number 5, and I'm reading the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6 is Penn State, 7 is Washington, 8 is Oregon. 9, Texas only dropped down to 9, which I think that was a good drop. That shows respect, though. And then Southern Cal at number 10, and then you go Alabama and North Carolina and Ole Miss on down on the bottom 10. But so Michigan and Ohio State, they've got to play. Plus, they've got to play. I'm assuming Penn State. So you'll have a representative in that mess from your Big Ten. Ohio State, the one thing they got going for them, they've got the best defensive coordinator in college football, and that old Jim Knowles. So they got that going for them. If they can just find a little better offense than what they've been producing. But like I said, they've got to go through Michigan, and Michigan ain't, they're no shabby team. So, but it's just some exciting football. I mean, I would call what I think it'll be Georgia, Oklahoma, or Texas, Florida State, and maybe one of them Pac teams out there. And if that's 4, did I put 5 in there? But Oregon and Southern Cal, I figured Southern Cal get beat because they ain't got no defense. Guarantee you they ain't got no defense. So they had 3 overtimes against Arizona just to pull their win out. But man, I'll tell you, Steve, that was just a great football. But like I said, I was glad I wasn't at the game. I don't think my heart could have took it. Not that kind of electric.
Well, I mean, because the pregame, I guess that was where the college game day was there, weren't they? Because they had the Texas. Yeah. I mean, those stands were packed and stacked, and man, oh man. I went to the game one time, and it's everything that they bill it. It's just crazy, You got a half Texas, and you can see the line. One side Texas, the other half Oklahoma, and it gets loud in there. And sometimes, you might have a seat there, but you're standing up the whole damn game because that's just crazy the way the people just. Of course, drinking them suds don't help matters much. They're already half crazed from being there in that atmosphere, and then they go adding alcohol to it. They even get more crazy. Right.
But if it gets to be a blowout, then the other team will start packing out of there. But yeah, that nobody left that game. It was packed from the second it started to the second that final whistle blew. That's good football. If you ain't never been to, but it's the same thing. I'd like to go to an Ohio State Michigan game. I've always heard that that's just
electric. Yep.
Have you ever been to one of
those? No, have not. Nope. I don't think I've been. I've never been to any college. Been to a lot of high school games, and I've been to see the Bengals a few times. But
Steve, you're going to have to start living, my friend. You're going to have to come out of that closet you're living in and get out here and attend some of them games. Serious, you don't know what you're missing. Well, I talked to your old brother Doc. He says he's going to call in.
Okay, I did shoot him a message over the weekend. Yeah, where in the wide world of sports is the smartest man in the world been?
Yeah, well, this weekend he's up there in New York. Of course, he's at the casino.
I saw his pictures. I mean, the menu prices. He was showing the casino menu. The filet mignon. If you want lobster, add $110.
That company pays him real good up there when he's on the days off. He gets paid for his days off up there.
Wow.
So he's got him a real good job. And then I talked to our old brother Scotty. He back out here amongst the land of the living off his big old cruise.
I haven't spoke to him yet, so I knew he'd probably been busy. I mean, 16 days out there. I know he was anxious to get home. That's a long time.
Oh, yeah. He would. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I didn't want to bother him over the weekend, but I kind of figured he had to get settled back in. Did he say? Did he have a good time? Was it too much time on the ship, or?
Yeah, he said he had a great time, but yeah, he was ready to get off the boat. It's like he did say it 16 days equivalent time. All I know is every cruise I went on, I was damn glad to get off the boat. Time what 7, 8 days?
Yep.
I mean that's all I want of it. But he did say it was pretty hot where they was at. They down there in Panama and Colombia, and that area, part of South America, coming through that canal.
Yep.
He did say that was worth it. He said the Panama Canal was worth it. So, but he's supposed to be calling in. And then I don't know what happened to Monkey Guy. The last time I talked to him, he was going to the dentist. I don't even know if he's alive out there.
All I saw was a post. I don't know. He had the truck all shined up, ready to get back on the road.
Well, maybe he'll call in. So, but anyway, boy, I'll tell you, Steve, Israel, this thing's going to explode like nobody's business. Now, the way I understand it, they've got a naval group, task carrier force over there just off the waters of Israel, with at least 2,000 Marines on the boat. And they're talking about sending troops in to try to do some kind of a rescue on the American people that got held hostage. And I'm 100% in support of anything that Israel does, and I think they're going to destroy Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
I think once they get done with them, they're going to destroy Hezbollah. Or Hezbollah, or however the hell you pronounce the name. And then I think they're going to do what they can to damage Iran. And for these politicians say, because what I'm hearing is Iran has supported these people. It proves what it's all about. You can give them idiots whatever they want by way of land and everything else. And all they want to do is just kill and destroy the Jewish, Israeli Jews. That's it. It ain't about anything else. And what's really sad, those people, the Palestinians, the civilians, you sit there and you let these terrorist groups control your destiny, because like that, there's a lot of Palestinians that was going through the border to work in Israel. Well, guess what? That border's shut down, sealed up. You cost how many thousands of Palestinians jobs? They can't work now. This thing's going to get ugly.
Yep.
And I pray that Israel will destroy these damn people once and for all.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a mop-up thing. And there's one thing that I will not gripe about, and that's that if we commit our troops over there. That I would be behind it 100%. I know where they can get some money. They need some money to fund Israel. Pull it off the table of the damn Ukrainians. That's my take on it, Steve. I'd like to say more, but I got to bite my tongue.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go, and I appreciate you.
Ed, great to hear from you. Thank you so much for chiming in, being a part of the show here on a Monday morning. Yeah, there's a lot to cover there. And I saw the video of some of the retaliatory airstrikes after the initial barrage, the surprise attack that was thousands of rockets being launched. So many that it overwhelmed the Iron Dome system designed to bring them down. Now, where did the Palestinians get thousands and thousands of rockets? They get them from Iran. Yeah, we know that's the modus operandi. But overwhelming the system, the Iron Dome defenses, They're saying that, the intelligence community, how did this this was not a small, spontaneous operation. This was a well-coordinated, very lengthy planning that went into this attack, whereas you had apparently hundreds of Palestinian gunmen that had infiltrated the Israeli territory, crossing the border into Israel, and somehow they knew when and exactly what time they were going to strike. So, I mean, you had literally rolling gun battles in the streets of Israel. That's the death toll, I believe, is over 600 Israelis, and climbing rapidly. It's just now several. I think I know Franklin Graham this past day, and I just heard in the news break there, Nikki Haley, this is exactly what we could potentially see unfold in our country. Do you honestly believe the millions that have crossed into this country illegally, how many of those does it take to end up to have potentially hundreds of individuals planted in various destinations around our country waiting to pull off a similar surprise attack on this country? That southern border, the open southern border, is going to come back to haunt us. God help us when that begins. But early Sunday, Israel's prime minister pretty much laid it on the line, addressing the world and the Israeli people. And he was warning the people in Gaza. He said, leave now, because we're going to operate forcefully everywhere. Hamas wants to murder all of us, he said. This is an enemy that murders children and mothers in their homes, in their beds. An enemy that abducts the elderly, children, and young women, that slaughters and massacres our citizens, including children, who simply went out to enjoy the holiday. The surprise attack on Saturday was on a Jewish holiday, if you weren't aware. What happened today, Saturday, is unprecedented in Israel. And I will see to it that it does not happen again. The entire government is behind this decision. The Israeli Defense Forces will immediately use all its strength to destroy Hamas's capabilities. We will destroy them. We will forcefully avenge this dark day that they have forced on our people. All the places where Hamas is deployed, hiding and operating in that wicked city, we will turn them into rubble. Now, that's what I was talking some of the airstrikes video. You see massive apartment complexes, 16-story buildings coming down pretty much like we witnessed the Twin Towers on September 11 of 2001 in this country. Who knows how many people may be in those buildings, but they target buildings where they know that the Hamas has offices. And Hamas does this intentionally. They'll operate in a building that has hundreds of innocent civilians in it, thinking that surely they won't bring down this target. They guessed wrong there. Netanyahu went on to say, at this hour, the IDF is clearing the terrorists out of the last communities. They're going community, house by house, restoring our control. Now, that was on the Israeli side. I embrace and send heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families whose loved ones were murdered in cold blood and endless brutality. We are praying for the well-being of those wounded and all those who are being held hostage. And we know there are numerous American citizens being held hostage there. I say to Hamas, you are responsible for their well-being, the hostages. We will settle accounts with anyone who harms one hair on their heads. I appeal to the residents of the South. We all stand alongside you. We're proud of your heroism and your fighting. To our IDF soldiers, police officers, and security personnel, remember, you are the continuation of the heroes of the Jewish people, of Joshua, the heroes of 1948, and all of Israel's wars. You are now fighting for the home and future of us all. We are with you. We love you. We salute you. To the medical and rescue teams and the many volunteers in a long list of places, the people of Israel salute you. With your spirit, we will overcome our enemies. The former Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson kind of summed up what occurred on Saturday, what that day meant for Israel, calling it that country's Pearl Harbor moment. The entire system failed. Not just one component, the entire defense architecture that evidently failed to provide the necessary defense for the civilians. This is a Pearl Harbor type moment for Israel, where there was reality up until today, and then there will be reality after today. But town by town, farm by farm, fighting was still underway, given Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad reportedly were in control of swaths of the southern Israeli territory, and even military outposts had been overtaken. Netanyahu and his cabinet now must be contemplating what will surely be a high-risk rescue operation and a potential ground incursion into Gaza. Every hour results in even more incredible, shocking footage being released. Dead Israeli soldiers, dead Israeli citizens. The Times of Israel is reporting that over the last number I saw was 600 Israelis killed, 1,000. How many injured? The death toll is mounting into the hundreds on the Gaza side as Israel retaliates. All right, footage being released. Dozens of Israelis have been taken captive. They're saying possibly even hundreds of Israelis taken hostage. Grandmothers, men, women, children, young and old, being paraded in front of Hamas and the Islamic Jihad cameras. At the same time, the expected Israeli aerial assault got underway Sunday. As I mentioned, entire apartment housing blocks literally being leveled there. All right, it's a sad scenario. Be lots to cover on that front. In other headlines, before we get to a news break, top of the hour, and get back to your calls here on a Monday morning, I didn't see this coming. We knew that the United Auto Workers truck employees, Mack truck employees, were slated to vote over the weekend. I thought it was pretty much they'd ratify this deal. That was not the case. Mack Trucks union workers overwhelmingly rejected their proposed 5-year contract deal. They will go on strike at 7 a.m. this morning, Monday morning. According to the UAW, late this past evening, about 73% of workers voted against the deal, covering 4,000 workers in Pennsylvania, Florida, and Maryland, according to the UAW. The proposed deal had included a 19% pay hike, a $3,500 ratification bonus, improved retirement benefits, additional vacation for some employees, and a reduction in the time needed to get to top pay. UAW President Shawn Fain said, "I'm inspired to see UAW members at Mack holding out for a better deal, ready to stand up and walk off the job to win it." Mack's president, Stephen Roy, said he was surprised and disappointed, no doubt, that the UAW has chosen to strike, saying this is not necessary. We clearly demonstrated our commitment to good faith bargaining by arriving at a tentative agreement that was endorsed by both the International UAW and the UAW Mack Truck Council. The UAW said that it would contact Mack to set dates to resume bargaining. Mack said they're committed to collective bargaining process. They're confident they'll be able to reach a deal. As you're aware, the UAW members and workers across the economy are mobilizing to demand their fair share, according to the UAW letter to MAC. So the rejection at MAC, as the UAW has been on that targeted strike against the Big Three since September the 15th. Now, we've got an update there as well. Things appear to be progressing. They did not expand the strike against the Big Three any further. The Friday announcement kind of citing that discussions appear to be making enough progress where, at least for this week, no additional facilities are being targeted as far as the Big Three are concerned. But our number is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel is at war after Gaza militants launched a surprise attack Saturday morning, firing thousands of rockets and entering Israel by land, sea, and air using paragliders. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed at least 700 people have been killed in Israel. Palestinian officials report more than 400 dead after Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. The U.S. is ramping up protection for Jewish communities.
Cities across the country are increasing security measures for Jewish communities and houses of worship after Hamas terrorists launched thousands of rockets at Israel on Saturday, killing hundreds of civilians and taking an unknown number of hostages, including women and children. While state and local leaders said there is no credible threat to the safety of these communities, patrols are being increased out of an abundance of caution. I'm Skip Kelly.
Pope Francis is calling for an end to attacks and violence in Israel. In his Sunday address to the faithful in St. Peter's Square, the Pope said terrorism and war would only bring further death and suffering to innocent people and not solve any problems. Francis said war is only a defeat, and he urged people to pray for peace in Israel and Palestine. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage. Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says the challenges in Operation Promised Land are obvious.
There's a kinetic threat from the sky that's present, which we're used to dealing with, honestly, from Ukraine. We've dealt with missiles before. There's a cyber threat. There's an assassination threat. There's an absolute kidnapping threat.
Stern says he's received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Stern urges Americans and relatives in harm's way to register with the organization and the State Department. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The UK, France, Germany, Spain, and Italy have moved to bolster police protection of Jewish communities following the surprise attack by Hamas on Israel and the ensuing escalating conflict. Governments across Europe fear an increase in anti-Semitic acts as the fighting between Israel and Iran-backed Hamas in Gaza unfolds, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring it as war. The Taliban says the 2 earthquakes that struck Afghanistan on Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a 6.3 on the Richter scale and was followed by a 6.1 quake. A spokesperson for the Taliban's Ministry of Disasters said over 1,300 houses were damaged or destroyed, killing about 2,000 people and injuring over 9,000. First-class mail could cost you even more.
The United States Postal Service says it wants to raise the price of stamps another 2 cents starting next January to 68 cents. The cost of stamps has increased 16 cents since 2019. The proposal, which must be approved by the Postal Regulatory Commission, comes as first-class mail volume fell 3% last year to its lowest level in 50 years. First-class mail accounted for just over $24 billion in revenue last year.
That's Jeremy Scott. Nobody won Saturday night's $1.4 billion Powerball jackpot, so it will roll over now, worth over $1.5 billion for Monday night's drawing. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, we jump into hour number 2. Indeed, as we close out the weekend, get a new week started. Trust you had a good weekend, although it just flew right on by. Well, for some of us, I didn't get an email from Steve. Steve that normally chimes in via email in that final hour each morning from Columbus, Ohio. Said we took Monday off, but we wanted to check in for a little bit before we head off to bed for the night. Hope everybody's weekend went well. We'll be back in the trash Tuesday morning. So 3-day weekend, he did give us a heads up on that. there on Friday morning. And Deborah chiming in. Good morning, Steve. Steve, we're in Allenson, Michigan on vacation. It's kind of a rainy 44 degrees. We're going to be headed to Sault Ste. Marie for Monday. Hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver, who is doing most, if not all, of our driving this week. But everybody have a marvelous Monday. All right, enjoy some time off with the better half there, your special driver, Deborah. All right, quickly, before we get back to the calls, we all pretty much, when the deal was made between this administration, the Biden administration, and the Iranians for $6 billion, if freeing up $6 billion of Iranian money, making it easier for them to divert other funds to terror organizations. If that wasn't enough, it appears the disastrous withdrawal from the likes of Afghanistan, our existing foreign policy decisions, maybe supplementing ammunitions to the terrorists like Hamas as well. According to Newsweek, a high-ranking official in the Israel Defense Forces expressed Israel's concerns to them about weapons from the U.S. and other Western nations being provided to Ukraine, ending up in the hands of Israel's enemies, particularly the Javelin shoulder-fired anti-tank missile system, which we've sent hundreds and hundreds of things to help Ukraine. Even more shameful, the Israeli commander told Newsweek that U.S. small arms seized in Afghanistan have been observed being used by Palestinian groups in the Gaza Strip. Of course, we all know back in January, weapons left behind in Afghanistan during the disastrous withdrawal have been used to arm militants in Kashmir, India, in what NBC said experts call just the start of the weapons journey. Authorities in Indian-controlled Kashmir said militants trying to annex Kashmir for Pakistan had never had access to M4s, M16s, and other U.S.-made arms and ammunition until the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Recall, we left approximately $7 billion worth of equipment and ammunition in Afghanistan, including aircraft, air-to-ground munitions, military vehicles, weapons, communications equipment. According to the report, nearly 42,000 night vision surveillance, biometric, and positioning equipment were also left behind. 17,500 pieces of explosive detection, electronic countermeasure, disposal, and personal protective equipment also now have the potential of falling into the hands of Islamic militants, including Hamas. What did the Biden administration think would happen when they left $7 billion in munitions as a gift to Islamic terrorists? Now, concerning weapons from the Ukraine war, the Israeli commander who spoke to Newsweek pointed out two distinct motivations driving the diversion of captured U.S. weapons supplied to Ukraine. On one side, pro-Russian formations are inclined to transfer these weapons due to the close defense ties between Moscow and Tehran. The concern here is these weapons may enhance Iran's military capabilities, leveraging their existing alliance with Russia. On the other side, pro-Ukrainian elements view arms smuggling as a lucrative opportunity. The identified route of transfer, primarily through the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, amplifies Israel's concern the heightened risk of these weapons falling into the hands of hostile groups like Hezbollah and Hamas also poses a serious threat to Israel's security interests. Meanwhile, here on our soil, amid the terrorist war that's now being waged, as you heard in the news, Blake, police leaders around our country here in the U.S., the big cities, are indeed deploying extra officers to secure Jewish areas and synagogues from potential anti-Semitic attacks here on U.S. soil. Among the 7.5 million Jewish Americans, there are 1.9 million in New York, 617,000 in Los Angeles, 525,000 in Miami, another 315,000 in Chicago. Indeed, police presence has been bolstered to secure potential terror targets after the Israelis have declared war with Hamas. All right, while there is no credible threat to New York City at this time, Mayor Adams says our administration is in touch with Jewish leaders across the 5 boroughs, and we have directed NYPD to deploy additional resources to Jewish communities and houses of worship citywide to ensure our communities have the resources they need to make sure everybody feels safe. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, and Santa Monica are also taking action to secure Jewish areas, according to the LAPD's chief, Michael Moore. The LA Police Department is aware of the turmoil in the Middle East and the lives lost in those areas where we serve both our Jewish and Muslim communities. And we will be conducting extra patrol to ensure safety for all. Chicago's police department lieutenant noted that special attention has been given to Jewish areas and buildings in that city, while Washington, D.C. area professional shopper Robert Jones said he saw a crazy amount of police near the ones that he drove by on Saturday. Miami Beach police increasing their visibility near all synagogues and strategic locations in that city. We'd like to ensure all residents we are monitoring, remaining vigilant, conducting extra patrol checks in our areas. All right, so even in this country, the world is on alert as well. United Airlines, America, and Delta have suspended flights to and from Tel Aviv amid the announcement of Israel being at war. We're monitoring the situation, adjusting flight schedules as required. And that's why I'm assuming, yes, many of these tourists, we were actually just speaking to Kim when Vinicolet had their fall festival Saturday, just a one-day event, unlike their art and wine festival about a month ago. It was a one-day art and craft show thing Saturday. And Kim, who kind of runs the business there, was telling us about how here in a few weeks, she's going to be doing, like the Holy Land tour. And she was planning to go to Israel. Now, all this was just unfolding on Saturday. And I'm thinking, I don't think Kim's going to be wanting to go to Israel. Visitors who were there are right now trying to get out of the country. And we're having to send some of our special international organizations to assist in evacuating American citizens. We don't have a solid number how many Americans have actually been taken captive there. But again, Netanyahu said, we are at war. This is not an operation, not a round, but at war, was his quote. 5-7.
Yeah, I just thought I'd mention earlier, mostly last month and some of the month before, my wife watches those Christmas shows still on Lifetime or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I'll be scrolling through the reels, and lately I've been getting all kind of anti-Israeli deals while the Israeli forces raided a home, murdered, the family. and then another one, a reel showing the Israeli forces bulldozing a Palestinian home. On these I've answered. I've got on there and says Israel does not bother anybody until somebody kills an Israeli. Or see, if they got the evidence, they're coming in, they're going to get you. If there's a gun battle, it's a gun battle. Let's say your 17-year-old son kills somebody in Israel. Israel goes back to his home and family and all, dad, mom, everybody. They bulldoze that house. That's how they do it. And on all these, I would write down, it's funny, you're only telling the last half of the story. What caused them, Israel, to do this? Because they only answer an attack. And I'm really, I haven't heard it except for tonight, you did. Russia, I believe, is heavily involved in this and encouraging it. Turkey is in between right now. They've got a very they got rid of the less, religious, leadership, whenever they voted in this, Islamist. So we've got bases in Turkey, but I can pretty much tell you that Russia's probably trying and putting the pressure on them to support the Palestinians. They're going to have a hard time, supporting Israel, just because of their faith. And I don't just look over the hill, because I believe that Israel will start attacking, Iran, their drones, the equipment, all this stuff. And all I can say is this story about they're using the military equipment that we've been shipping to Ukraine in the Palestinian area, or Hamas is using this stuff, and out of Afghanistan. I can just pretty much hear General Milley going and saying,
I didn't see that coming.
See that happen. You got to wonder what he does up there anyway. Does he sit up there and polish his medals? And I think the fact that this is so heavily lands on the Biden administration's doorstep, I think that's how come he was quick to send the battle group over there. But meanwhile, what's China doing? America is getting so involved and so hey, they're not going to wait for us to put a strong man in office. And I do want to mention one thing I've seen on Newsmax. It showed Hamas attacks on Israel. And on that chart, it was almost nil during the last 2 years of the Trump administration. And this is when Donald Trump moves the embassy to Jerusalem. There would have been more reason for him to do. Now, you explain why that happened, but have a strong man in office and things, I'm sorry, he held back North Korea, China, Russia. I'll tell you, we don't have anything close to what we had back then, and I hope and pray people keep their eyes open. And I'm nervous. This might be, like Donald Trump said earlier today, we're quickly moving into World War III. Because you figure China, Russia, Iran. Hey, by the way, the Saudis have been very slow to react or say anything. You know why? Because they've already been in a situation where America is threatening to take out our air support, our military support for the Saudi Arabia, because they're dealing with China. So right now, and they're an arch enemy of Iran themselves. So everybody's choosing up sides here, and Donald Trump ain't no fool. It does look like we're heading into a world war, and General Milley's still up there saying, didn't see that happen. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of this trip down here to Savannah, Georgia. 5-7, we out.
All right, thanks for checking in. Have a good Monday as we get the new week started. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hillbilly got you coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. What are we looking at? 24 past the hour on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Hello, Hillbilly.
Yeah, happy Monday. How we doing, Steve?
Doing all right, man. It's just mirrored. Did that weekend go by mighty quick?
I wouldn't know. I've been working all weekend on the farm.
Oh, okay.
This is what I love about your show. On a tractor, I don't usually listen to the radio much, and I didn't know nothing about Israel until I got the truck, got to rolling. So, it's y'all, you keep me up to date on the news. My prayers to Israel and all that. It sounds like it's not going to be overnight.
No.
Or like some of the
No.
services is. So, sounds like it's going to go on for quite a while. So, Steve, over the weekend, this time of year, I don't get to spend the whole time with my family because I'm busy trucking and farming. So we decided when I got in Saturday night, hey, let's all load up and go to Waffle House. Have dinner together. Me and the wife, daughter, and her girlfriend. And we were there, almost done, and this gentleman walked in, and he looked a little off to me, just the way he was walking, and I didn't pay much attention. Next thing I know, I heard a thud. I looked up. He's laying flat on the ground. Everybody else is I heard some people, well, he's just a drunk or some other comments. I got up and talked to the man and helped him up, set him up. And I said, you all right? He said, yeah, I'm diabetic and my blood sugar's dropping. I need something to eat. So we sat there for a minute and I helped him up. And long story short, waitress brought us our bill, and I was about ready to go pay, and next time she said, hey, I made a mistake on your bill, so I need to take it for a minute. Okay. Next thing I know, she brought us a receipt. That man paid for our bill.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I'm like, as we were walking out, he stopped us. I sure do appreciate you helping me and your concern. I'm like, sir, I said, my dad was diabetic. I know all about how fast your blood pressure's been dropping all that. So I said most people nowadays don't want to get involved and they just want to golf. I don't care to get involved to help people. It just shows there are good people out there. You know what I'm saying?
How about that? Yeah, I guess what's the other? Don't judge a book by the cover. So the assumption was, he's drunk.
Right. Yeah, at Waffle House, at about 9:30 in the middle of the night.
Sure.
Yeah, you think. But I mean, you couldn't spill no alcohol on the man, and at least I couldn't. I sat there talking to him for 5 minutes. So, but sometimes it just takes a kind heart to just not judge somebody. Just they might be having a bad day.
Yeah, sure.
You never know.
Yep.
So, but with that, Steve, I'm gonna get off here and let someone else come in here.
All right. Well, good. Hey, thanks for sharing there, Hillbilly. That's interesting. Yep. There you go. What do we got? About a minute before news break, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. We'll give you more. Yes, like Hillbilly said, I hadn't even heard about it. What's going on? We do things that happen a lot of times over the weekend. Yeah, we're kind of focused on what's going on. Major League Baseball, playoff action, NFL, college football, and NASCAR. I mean, trying to get out and enjoy your weekend. And then you tune into the news Monday morning and say, what's going on? Sunday, the headline, Israel battles Hamas for a second day after the mass incursion, trading fire with Lebanon's Hezbollah. So now you've got not only Hamas, but Hezbollah there in Lebanon, which that could be a rapid escalation. Two separate fronts with this. So we'll give you more on that coming up here. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Several American citizens are among those who have been killed since Saturday's Hamas attack in Israel. That's according to a National Security Council spokesperson who added that officials are monitoring the situation closely and remain in touch with Israeli partners. At least 700 Israelis have been killed. The chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says Congress can provide aid to Israel without a House Speaker, but it's not ideal.
It wasn't my idea to oust the Speaker. I thought it was dangerous. You know, I look at the world and all the threats that are out there, and what kind of message are we sending to our adversaries when we can't govern, when we're dysfunctional?
The Taliban says the two earthquakes that struck Afghanistan Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a powerful 6.3 on the Richter scale. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much. Who else we got checking in here? Hello to Dave. Dave Swick. Morning, Steve. 43, kind of chilly and dark here in Lodi. Waiting on my meat driver to swap sets, head back to Western New York. And the turbulent winds. Let's go, Brandon. Morning, Rock Pick. Hello, Steve. Third shift workers, wise old night owls. We're looking at 47 degrees, kind of an overcast morning at the Rochester Airport. Happy Columbus Day to all you hardworking Americans. I'm actually at the keyboard tonight, although to see the slaughter in Israel. I doubt Hamas and Gaza will be around much longer. There will be a lot less there, let's just put it that way, in fairly short order. But what's so sad is these cycles that you go through. Things appear to be calmed down, and several years will pass, and something like this occurs. Israel goes in and just levels half the damn Gaza. You spend all this time and effort building back, and Hamas starts the cycle over again. I don't understand. Hello, Kentucky 10. Good morning, overnight crew. Mr. Summers, I'm happy to be departing Chicago in about an hour. I'll call in later after we get on the big road. Safe travels, everybody, but Kentucky Ken is listening. And Kentucky Ken has been, he's been seeing the country in many areas he doesn't necessarily want to see again. He has no desire to go back to New York City. I guarantee he won't be heading back to San Francisco anytime soon, or L.A. for that matter. But I saw when he posted that he was destination Chicago. I said, all right, Ken, you got to give us a full report. What do you think? I mean, I understand every city, every big city, there are good areas, there are bad areas. All of Philadelphia is not like the streets of Kensington, if you know what I mean. So every city has communities, but it's getting worse and worse as time goes by. But he'll give us a full report here in a bit. Hello, Bourbon Street Gary, listening in. Good morning, Steve, and Overnight Drive friends. Good to have you on board. Obviously, the parts, Ford parts, still moving, at least for Bourbon Street Gary, that is. What's going on with Buckeye Boy? Let me see if we can get through the full story. Buckeye Boy is checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, kind of a chilly night, 47 degrees. This has not been a great day. Took about 90 minutes longer to load, and Kathy and I were just south of Jackson, Georgia, in the center lane, passing a car. I cleared the car, did not see it anymore, so I thought it pulled into the center lane behind me and turned on my signal. Checking the mirror again, it started to move into the right lane when crash. I thought I had blown a tire, but the SOB had sped up and was in my blind spot. I think I hit the car in the rear quarter panel of their car with the right front on my truck. Needless to say, I was PO'd and had to go about half a mile to find room to get over on the shoulder. And after 3 attempts to get a hold of 911, I finally did and told them what had happened. I could see officers arrived at the car on the shoulder some ways back, and they eventually came up to us and said the state patrol would be there directly. While I was waiting, I repaired my truck by putting clear tape over the broken headlight, put some heavy tape on some of the hood that had broke loose, and strapped the part of the bumper that had broke loose to the frame, making it roadworthy once again. Georgia State Patrol trooper gave me a citation for improper lane change with no fine or no court. I had to wait on the Georgia DOT officer to get there and maybe go to the next exit, did a full inspection, which I passed. We just got home. I have to take the same load to Bluffton, South Carolina, and deliver Wednesday, 6 p.m., then come back, put the truck in the shop for repairs. Then we leave Thursday for my class reunion in Southern Ohio this weekend. After we'll go to Columbus, so Kathy can catch up with some of her family and friends there. So, all right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, those blind spots, right? Yeah, not the best of days. Some days are better than others. Scrapyard checking in from Springdale, Arkansas. 60 degrees, clear and breezy here tonight. All right, on to the big three. We mentioned earlier that the UAW rank and file rejecting the strike at Mack Trucks. They will be hitting the picket line at 7 a.m. this morning. Meanwhile, Friday, I think it was like 2 in the afternoon, we got the update from the UAW and the Big Three, Detroit automakers. And they did not expand strikes against any of the Big Three, including General Motors. I guess at the last minute, GM agreed to include the battery cell workers under the national agreement. This is, of course, the first week since the targeted strike started that the union did not expand the stoppages at GM, Ford, or Stellantis. Now, Fain said the union was planning to shut down GM's Arlington assembly plant, which produces the highly profitable full-size SUVs. That would have been a pretty big escalation. They did not, until a last-minute proposal by the company to put the automaker's battery cell workers under that national agreement. Apparently, just that threat provided a transformative win. Fain was wearing an Eat the Rich t-shirt, Eat the Rich, during the broadcast on Friday. We've been told for months this is not possible. Now we've called their bluff. What this will mean for our membership cannot be understated, he says. Now, GM declined to comment immediately on the battery cell workers, citing the ongoing negotiations. They simply said, our goal remains to reach an agreement that rewards our employees and allows GM to be successful in the future. Now, GM, with its battery plant in Ohio, is the only Detroit automaker with a joint venture battery plant in operation and unionized in the country. Have announced plans for 2 other U.S. battery cell plants with LG Energy Solution, as another one with Samsung SDI. But GM's agreement to put pressure on their crosstown rivals Ford and Stellantis to do the same, as the UAW tends to pattern agreements off one another for members to receive equal pay for equal work, which has been kind of the long-standing motto of the union. Plan was to draw down engine and transmission plants and permanently replace them with the low-wage battery jobs, according to Fain. Well, we had a different plan. Our plan is winning at GM, and we expect it to win at Ford and Stellantis as well. Electric vehicle battery plants have been a major point of contention in the talks between the big three. Each automaker has joined or formed joint ventures with the battery makers to manufacture electric vehicle batteries. That's a move the union has characterized as a plan to shut them out of the new factories, many of which are actually under construction right now. Officially, because they're owned by joint ventures, the battery plants are not covered by the automakers' agreements with the union. The automakers have said that because of that status, the plants should not be a factor in the contract negotiations. But the UAW has made a just transition, meaning a plan to protect our members as the industry shifts to those electric vehicles. A big part of this year's negotiations. Now, Ford's CEO actually last week said the UAW is holding the deal hostage over the battery plants. They did not comment on Fain's Friday comments. Fain did say in his Friday presentation the union had expected to announce an expansion of the strike against GM, but today, because of our power, GM has agreed to lay the foundation for a just transition. I guess each day with positive forward momentum is a good day, right? So there's the update on the big three. It is 844-844-3388 on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Hello, Wheelchair Dave.
Hey, Steve. A little chilly up here, buddy.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, it most certainly is, man. And then when it's wet on top of that, oh, terrible, terrible. Well, this one's going to go out for Pappy and Vic. Well, first of all, I got hats off. Big Ed, he deserves hats. He definitely deserves his hats off because his Sooners did definitely take care of business and knocking out Texas like that. Yes, sirree. They did wonderful, but you got to don't get too big of a head there.
Yeah.
And he admitted it. He admitted it that, Georgia's on their roll, so them dogs, you just got to watch them dogs. But now for this Israeli thing here, I'm sure we're going to hear from Pappy and Vic. Probably going to hear even Scarecrow. I'd like to hear from Grump there, too, on that, if he calls in. We already train. We train all the Israeli soldiers on all of our top military weapon systems. We've been doing that for years and years and years and years. We already have special forces on the ground there. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Reserves are already being called up to replace some of those special forces that are there. The question is, how bad or how much will Israel retaliate? Because I'm going to tell you, I think this one here is pretty serious. This one here is it nuclear power stuff? Is it nuke where they'll nuke Iran? It's close to it. I can tell you that. It's close to it because Israel is not going to sit down and take any of this lightly. They will bomb missiles every single night. They will go. Yeah, this is definitely a serious problem. What do you think here, Steve?
My line of thinking as far as Iran is concerned, yeah, when the dust settles, as far as Gaza, and I don't know how much escalation we'll see there in Lebanon, but obviously, because Iran, they've never taken back their sentiment that their ultimate goal is to push Israel into the sea. And they're working. Exactly. They're working on their nuclear program. I can see Israel trying in some form or fashion. I guess they kind of like they did. Didn't they do that with? Was it Iraq or Iran? They did that previously years ago, and Iran's getting closer and closer to the nuclear weapons there, and they can't allow that. Right.
So I mean, it's Desert Storm all over again. To be quite honest with you. We did, Israel wanted to keep on going, and they probably should have, because now they're going to have to do exactly what you're talking. And it's probably going to happen. So it's kind of a sad day, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no doubt.
But, to wake up to that type of news and that type of information and how it's escalated within just a weekend here, it's terrible stuff. But that's about all I got. I'm really looking forward to Pappy and Vic and maybe Grump calling in on this issue as well. But,
because you haven't heard from Grump in a while, have we? He's been kind of AWOL like the old monkey gouger.
Yeah, he sure has, yeah. All right, y'all have a great night, and we'll talk to you later in the week there.
Thank you for chiming in on this Monday, Wheelchair Dave. All right, I'm looking here at some of the highlights, how this all unfolded early on Saturday. Palestinian militants infiltrated at least 7 Israeli communities and army bases Saturday morning. He said militants had reached the city of Durat, the small towns of Far, Aza, Nahal Oz. Yeah, we don't know these communities, but the military bases of Rime and Zikin, which are close to towns of the same name, and the militarized border checkpoint of Erez. Fighting was ongoing at or near at least 3 of those places, he said. The emergency services said 22 people had been killed in the surprise attack from Gaza. Yeah, that was obviously early on because it's over 700 now. At which point, Benjamin Netanyahu said, we are at war. We are now at war. Israeli hospitals said they had received hundreds of wounded. And defense forces said they were carrying out airstrikes on Hamas targets in Gaza. The air raid siren sounding in Jerusalem, while explosions were being heard in Tel Aviv. Latest from Newsmax this past day. The militants also took captives back into the coastal Gaza enclave, women, children, elderly, whom they will probably be looking to try to trade for thousands of Palestinian prisoners being held by Israel. According to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, he said the U.S. is working to verify reports that several, is the word he used, Americans were actually killed or others who are missing, some of who may have been taken captive. The high death toll, multiple captives, and slow response to the onslaught pointed to a major intelligence failure. kind of undermined the long-held position that Israel has eyes and ears everywhere in the small, densely populated territory that they've controlled for decades. Now, the implications of the announcement of war from Netanyahu, not immediately clear. Israel has carried out major military campaigns over the last 40 years in Lebanon and Gaza that it portrayed as wars, but they have not made a formal declaration of war as they have now done. According to one local think tank, he said the decision he thinks it's symbolic, but it does demonstrate that the government thinks we are entering a lengthy, intense, and significant period of war. The big question now is, will Israel launch a ground assault into Gaza, a move that in the past has brought intensified casualties, but Netanyahu did vow Hamas will pay an unprecedented price. But he did say this war will take time, and it will be difficult. And our number, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, for those of us who like to dream and dream big, well, we have another day to dream about winning $1 billion. Then it can all go kaput. And that's the Powerball players, a chance to win more than $1.5 billion. There was no winning pick Saturday night's drawing. That's the thing about these random draws. If you had a Powerball ticket with any numbers lower than 47, automatically a loser. Because the lowest of the winning numbers, it was 47, 54, 57, 60, and 65. The red Powerball was 19. Obviously there was not a winner. What are the odds of getting a ticket, with no numbers lower than 47? The odds are always the same, I guess, right? 200 and some odd million. But the official jackpot now at $1.55 billion for tonight, Monday night's drawing. Jackpot would be, if you take the cash value, $679.8 million. Now, that would be the largest jackpot this year for the Powerball, third largest jackpot in the history of Powerball. There has not been a Powerball winner since the July 19th winner, which was also over $1 billion. That was a $1.08 billion. Previously, the largest jackpot this year. The record jackpot was $2.04 billion back in November of last year. The Powerball drawing Saturday night produced more than 4.5 million winning tickets, but a lot of those, were $2, $4, $7. There were a handful of $1 million winners. I matched all 5 of the white balls to win $1 million. 10 $1 million winners. I mean, I'd be happy with that, right? All right, odds of winning 1 in 292.2 million. But the next drawing is tonight, 11:59 p.m., Monday night. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Several American citizens are among those who have been killed since Saturday's Hamas attack in Israel. That's according to a National Security Council spokesperson who added that officials are monitoring the situation closely and remain in touch with Israeli partners. Exact numbers for deaths and injured Americans are unknown. Meantime, at least 700 Israelis have been killed. The chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says Congress can provide aid to Israel without a House Speaker, but it's not ideal.
It wasn't my idea to oust the Speaker. I thought it was dangerous. I look at the world and all the threats that are out there, and what kind of message are we sending to our adversaries when we can't govern, when we're dysfunctional?
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Congressman Michael McCaul said more than $3 billion in foreign military financing is available for the president to use, but McCaul also stressed that a speaker needs to be elected immediately so the House can vote on additional aid for Israeli defense systems. GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says Saturday's Hamas attack on Israel is something that could happen in the U.S.
Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iranian backers, they hate us. And we have to remember that what happened to Israel could happen here in America.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said Hamas and other such groups have the same hatred for America they have for Israel. Haley said the southern border crisis makes the U.S. vulnerable and that America is incredibly distracted and incredibly divided right now. The Taliban says the 2 earthquakes that struck Afghanistan Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a powerful 6.3 on the Richter scale and was followed by a 6.1 quake. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The UK, France, Germany, Spain, and Italy have moved to bolster police protection of Jewish communities following the surprise attack by Hamas on Israel and the ensuing escalating conflict. Governments across Europe fear an increase in anti-Semitic acts as the fighting between Israel and Iran's backed Hamas in Gaza unfolds, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring it as war. The United Auto Workers strike is having a ripple effect.
Steel is seeing a big drop in demand, and as a result, prices are falling. A Wall Street Journal report says the UAW strike has caused demand to fall way off because cars simply aren't being made right now. Market prices for coiled steel have plummeted 40% since April. About 17% of UAW workers are still on strike. I'm Skip Kelly.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed the nation's first corporate climate disclosure bill. The 2 bills that Newsom signed into law on Saturday will require large publicly traded and privately held corporations operating in the state to disclose both their carbon footprints and how climate affects their bottom line. The law goes beyond proposed federal climate disclosure rules, which would apply only to publicly traded companies. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert film is breaking records before it even hits theaters. With less than a week until the movie graces the big screen, it has surpassed over $100 million worldwide. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll pick up there as we get another hour underway. on a Monday. Gotta love it. It's 844-844-3388. Obviously, having passed the peak of hurricane season on the Atlantic side there in September, still got a ways to go, though. And according to AccuWeather, the Gulf of Mexico has been relatively quiet since Idalia back in late August. And forecasters are watching the warm body of water for tropical activity before mid-October. Regardless, moisture is going to be gathering in the region, and that may lead to drenching rain, stormy conditions for some areas. Okay, the key to what goes on in the Gulf this week is likely going to be the behavior of a tropical system or several tropical systems in the eastern Pacific. Lydia is expected to make landfall in west central Mexico on Tuesday of this week as a Category 1 hurricane. There's also another tropical feature that is brewing beside Lydia, a tropical rainstorm that's going to bring rain, wind to southwestern Mexico over the coming days. Now, storm development in the Gulf of Mexico this week. It could be tropical, it could be subtropical, or a hybrid storm that has both tropical and non-tropical characteristics. Yeah, the main reason for concern about a tropical or non-tropical storm is that a fully tropical system, tropical storm or hurricane, has much more potential to bring damaging winds, flooding, rain, and coastal flooding compared to a cool season non-tropical storm, which tends to have less intense winds and more of a moderate rain, more manageable from a preparedness and disruptive standpoint. At this point, there is no data suggesting a hurricane will form in the Gulf, but we could see a lower-end tropical storm or a subtropical. Regardless, there will be a broad area of clouds, rain, thunderstorms coagulating over the Gulf of Mexico this week. Showers and thunderstorms first brew early this week in the southwestern end of the Gulf. Notice the Bay of Campeche. As the week progresses, depending on the nature of the low-pressure area that does develop, this could begin to expand into the northern Gulf Coast and perhaps late week, maybe across Florida. Either way, forecasters recommend travel, fishing, shipping, and petroleum interest over the Gulf, as well as residents along the Gulf Coast, to pay attention, monitor the situation through this upcoming week. All right. Let me see. Pappy forwarded ironically, the headline from September the 14th of 2023, little less than a month ago. It's the big bold headline from the Stars and Stripes publication, which reads, U.S. weapons headed to Ukraine at risk of theft from lax security, says the Inspector General. And they've been saying that literally, we're, a year and a half into this Russia-Ukraine war. 3-4 months into it, when we had sent so many millions of dollars worth of weapons over there, there were reports coming out about these weapons. Not all of them are making it to the actual battlefield. They're making them onto the black market. Underground trade. It's a very lucrative business. Arms sales. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, the Stars and Bars is a military publication.
Yes.
For those of you out there that don't know, most probably do. Straight from the military, Steve, what did we say again? Well, I have to bring it up again. Hey, real quick, thanks to Wheelchair Dave, but he already knows my answer because he already said it. But what the heck did we say in November of 2019 a couple days after the election. What were we worried about? Biden's foreign policy. How many times have we brought that up, Steve?
Right.
I know I'm getting Alzheimer's, and I know you might too be a little bit, but I'm telling you, I know for a fact, go back and bring up the shows that we had grave concerns, not just for our country here, but its foreign policy. I'm going to throw another fact out to you, Steve, and I challenge Sundance to prove me wrong here. Trump cut aid to the Palestine. When Biden got elected, he brought it back, gave it right back to him. And you were correct when you said this was probably a long, planned out event.
Yep.
See, this was at least in the year making. These kind of things just don't happen on a flim. They've been planning this for a long time. Probably as soon as Biden was elected. And Steve, this dude sitting in the White House, gave him the green light when he released that $6 billion to Iran for Iran to free Americans being held in Iran. Steve, did you know we also released some Iranians that were being held here?
Right, yeah.
We not only gave them $6 billion.
Yep, sure did.
Steve, Biden just put a dollar amount on every U.S. citizen abroad. That's a fact. What just happened in Israel, one of the first reports coming out from there, Steve, was there's hostages being taken. When the hell, in wartime, have you ever heard of civilians being taken as war prisoners or hostages? This dude in the White House has lost his frickin' marbles. He's not only going to destroy our country, he's going to destroy this whole world. All this talk about nuclear war with Ukraine. Listen, the Palestinians would love nothing more than Israel to turn Palestine into one big glass parking lot. The Arab countries over there would turn on Israel in a heartbeat.
Correct.
I'm falling in the lines with Wheelchair Dave here, man. Our response, or Israel's response, should be to take out every nuclear power plant in Iran capable of producing uranium, anything capable of letting them get their hands and develop a nuclear bomb. Time to start. We're not going to do it, Steve. Biden won't do it. As long as he's president, that will not happen. Israel might. Yahoo already said this publicly, that he will not let Iran develop a nuclear bomb. And because we know what's going to happen, Steve. These people wake up every morning. Husband wakes up. Wife comes out in the kitchen. Good morning, dear. Death to America. Yes, dear. Good morning. Death to America. Sooner or later, we're going to have to deal with this before a nuclear bomb gets exploded on this earth. And we're heading that way. like, Steve, I swear, it's like, are we pushing these people to do it? You can only push somebody so far. Do they want Russia to drop a tactical nuke over there in Ukraine? Steve, I'm telling you, I got a feeling that these elites in this world would love nothing more than for that to happen. So that's my view.
I mentioned
Biden
earlier.
totally,
think about what do you say about? We've been also saying for months and months and months the number of number on the terror watch list being apprehended at our southern border. It's almost like here's the telltale explanation of what just transpired in Israel. That's what they're planning to do here.
Steve, we talked about this on your show. I have talked about it, and others have talked about the military-aged men crossing the border. Are you ready for this number?
Yep.
Steve Bannon brought this up on his show. You ready for this? On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 110,000 troops stormed the beaches of Normandy. Steve, that's 10 combat divisions. I'm a Navy guy, I'm not an Army guy, but what's a division? I think 10,000 men, 10,000 troops. Steve, in the month of September, just last month.
Well, is it 260-some thousand?
Why? 260-some military-aged men.
Foreigners.
Cross the border. Foreigners. How many millions have crossed the border? And Steve, we talked about this till we're blue in the face. If we just take a small percentage of a million that come across that want to do us harm, these numbers are staggering. Well, how many 9/11 brought 2 towers down? What, 16, 19 terrorists, 19 people brought this country to our knees? I mean, there was more people involved in the planning of it, but basically that's what happened. And you can't have your ass stuck in the ground and think, this can't happen. Well, people thought on December 8th or December 6th. When they woke up on December 8th, they were like, what? When we woke up on September 12th, we were like, what just happened? United States government wiped out the American Indians, Steve. Took their land from them, wiped them out, disarmed them, and stuck them in internment camps, man. Don't think, I don't want to get off on a rant here, but we cannot think that this stuff cannot happen.
I don't remember the number of Palestine. We pretty much paid $6 billion for how many Americans did we get free? Was it 3 or 6? I can't remember the number.
I think it was 6.
So it's like $1 billion per hostage. Right now, Hamas is claiming they have 163 hostages from Israel. Now we know they've already said Americans are hostage. Is Hamas going to demand $1 billion for each American life back?
Yeah. That's been confirmed. There's Steve, that when they cut them wires and went in, when they flew in on their
parasails.
You call them days? Yeah. You know they were told, you hunt down as many Americans as you can, and you take them hostage. That's a fact, Steve. I guarantee you that. All because of what the big guy just did. Unbelievable, Steve, that we got these buffoons and morons running our country. You mean to tell me out of all the people in the United States of America, this is who we pick? This is who we vote for? Bongino's got a saying, man, you know, when things get bad enough, he always brings up New York City and Rudy Giuliani. When he got elected, things finally got that bad. Right before Rudy Giuliani got elected, things were so bad. 2,000 people a year were getting murdered in New York City. 2,000 people a year, Steve. It's not counting the homicides, the rape. I mean, it was just off the hook in New York. And people were fed up. Rudy Giuliani ran. Everybody was thinking, man, you know, Stevie lost. It just wasn't bad enough yet.
Right.
Until finally it got bad enough. And he won in the next election and turned things around.
And what have they done since then? Since Rudy Giuliani exited, they have pretty much reversed, overturned, turned back all the policies he had implemented, the other stop and frisk, all those things that were actually making an impact on the safety on the streets. They've turned that all around, and where are they at now? Is it bad enough yet?
Yes, that's correct. The United States right now, cities all around this country, we have seen the chaos. We have seen these gangs just purge into these stores and just go in there and clean them out. We've seen the numbers of these stores, these Targets and groceries that are just leaving, Steve.
Yep.
They can't sustain these losses. There was a video I seen on Facebook. This dude walked into I don't know what store it was. All the shelves were just bare. Nothing on them. And it wasn't due to lack of
supply,
trucks bringing stuff in.
Right.
It was because people are going in with bags, man, and just, you know, garbage bags, and just filling them and walking right out. Because they know nothing will be done to them. Where Giuliani's theory was the broken windows theory. We talked about this how many times. You arrest the people jumping the turnstiles. These are the same people that are committing the robberies and the rapes. Get them off the street. Lock them up. We've talked about the percentage of people that commit the crimes. Somebody brought this up. I forget who it was. It was on a show, and it reminded me of something, Steve. I'm going back probably late 1990s. There was a car crash on West Fork Road just before you get into the city. It was in the county.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're familiar with West Fork Road.
Absolutely.
There was five younger male adults in that crash. They hit a telephone pole, split the telephone pole, had a transformer on it. Transformer came on. Car was leaking gas. They all burned up and died in that car. Steve, you ready for this? They closed out 200 B&Es and or burglaries in Hamilton County. These 5 guys were committing all this crime in Hamilton County. You lock these people up, get them off the street instead of releasing them like these liberals want to do. They want this. They want this chaos on our streets. And they just brought how many in from the border? How many hundreds of thousands of criminals, of whacked out, psychotic people that will come in here and slit your throat and think nothing about it to take your wallet. Well, there you go, Wheelchair Dave. There's my 2 cents.
The state of affairs in this country right now. And that's, I guess all of a sudden it really does quickly become a crucial issue without a Speaker of the House, because technically you have to have a speaker to bring legislation to the floor. They ain't got it right now.
Steve, I'll tell you what, I know you're getting close to a break. I don't want you whining and crying like little kids out there on the couch. Come on, man, get to work. Elect another speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear Newt Gingrich the other night? Listen, he's crying like a little baby, wanting Gates kicked out. Stop crying like little babies. Get up there. Elect another speaker, hopefully Jordan. Let's get to business, man. Bongino brought this up. Dude, in his line of business, right, he's overseas protecting the president, and he's got some yahoo on the Secret Service that didn't secure the airport. Are you going to be and moan about it and complain? But you can't. You got to go in there and fix the problem, or people will die.
Mm-hmm.
You can complain about it later, whatever, but at the time, you can't bitch and moan about it. You got to take care of business.
You got to vote. And they got to do it ASAP.
USA News Update. Several American citizens are among those who have been killed since Saturday's Hamas attack in Israel. That's according to a National Security Council spokesperson who added that officials are monitoring the situation closely and remain in touch with Israeli partners. At least 700 Israelis have been killed. The chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says Congress can provide aid to Israel without a House Speaker, but it's not ideal.
It wasn't my idea to oust the Speaker. I thought it was dangerous. I look at the world and all the threats that are out there, and what kind of message are we sending to our adversaries when we can't govern, when we're dysfunctional?
The Taliban says the 2 earthquakes that struck Afghanistan Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a powerful 6.3 on the Richter scale. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I'm looking at the report, which says what we were just talking about. As former President Trump and a myriad of critics of Joe Biden have long warned, paying Iran a $6 billion ransom for hostages will embolden the terrorists to take more hostages. Hamas right now claiming they have 163 hostages from Israel. Anthony Blinken this past day said, we have reports several Americans may be among the dead. We're actively working to verify those reports. Similarly, we have seen reports about hostages. And again, we're very actively trying to verify them and nail that down. He acknowledged some American citizens are among the hostages, telling NBC News that is correct. Any American anywhere who's being detained and held hostage, that's going to be a priority for this government, for this administration, he says. But I don't want to get ahead of where we are. Yeah, we have the reports, but we have to verify them. The Independent is reporting a Holocaust survivor is actually among the hostages taken to Gaza by Hamas. Multiple outlets have reported an unspecified number of hostages and prisoners of war have been taken, confirmed Saturday by the Israeli Defense Forces. Hamas is claiming 163. Bloomberg News could not confirm the number of hostages, but it reported Israelis were ripped from their everyday activities in the incursion into Israel from Gaza. We heard from the president of Iran, according to House Foreign Affairs Chair Mike McCall this past day. He's very clear in his words. I'm going to do whatever I want with that money, the $6 billion. I believe his words. It's not a so-called money transfer, laundering operation through Doha. Now, the JCPOA was $500 million. This is $6 billion in exchange for 5 hostages. That's about $1 billion per blue passport, according to McCall. I'm worried about that kind of money in the hands of the largest terror sponsor in the world. Spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces on Saturday said that the Palestinian terrorist group Hamas had been taking hostages and prisoners of war. Military didn't say how many hostages were seized, but their capture marks a major escalation. Social media filled with videos showing Hamas fighters dragging, in some cases, lifeless Israeli soldiers on the ground, parading around captured civilians, including women and children, through the streets of Gaza. Paying $6 billion in a ransom for hostages. I think that set the conditions for this unprecedented terror attack by Hamas against Israel. There you go. The chickens come home to roost. All right, welcome back, Pappy. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over, Steve. Sorry to rant, but hey, it is what it is, man. I'm pissed off, Steve. When you put buffoons in charge, this is what you get. Let me refresh everybody's memory. This is why I joined the Navy. I got disdain taste in my mouth for Iran. When the Ayatollah took over and kicked out the Shah, Jimmy Carter was president, and what did they do? They took the hostages in Iran and held them for how long? Steve, I thought we were going to war with Iran. I was going to join the Navy anyway, but that's when I signed the papers. I thought we were going to war. Let's do it. How dare these people do this to the United States? Let's go take care of business. And they knew when Reagan, Steve, they let the hostages out as Reagan was being sworn in.
Yep.
Because they knew what Reagan was capable of doing. Jimmy Carter wasn't. Joe Biden isn't. He's not only a buffoon, but he's a corrupt buffoon that sold this country out for some money. Hope he chokes on all them dollars, millions of dollars, that him and his family got from enemies, foreign countries, enemies of the United States. Can't believe this has happened. So the Ayatollah could choke on something tonight, and we'd wake up and find out he's gone. You went and seen how many virgins that they go to. It wouldn't bother me a bit, Steve. Wouldn't bother me a bit. Hate to sound like that, but it's just the way it is.
Well, then you just got then you got the next radical. You got the next radical ready to step into his place.
Yeah. But hey, real quick, back to Newt. Newt gets on there, and I've always liked Gingrich. I've always liked him. But he gets up there and talks about, rather than firing the House Speaker, they need to be focusing on the economy and the border and this, that, and the other instead of firing this guy. Why? I'm thinking, well, that's why he got fired.
Mm-hmm.
He's not focusing on these things. These what conservative values now, I guess you can say. They changed the rules. Sorry about your luck. You were warned. You made promises and you didn't keep your promises like a typical politician. You get the boot. Now stop acting like little babies, all these House reps going on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, wanting to get on there and complain about Gates and everybody. Get back to work. Stop your complaining and go back to work. There's no time for complaining. There's no time for acting like little children up there. We got a country to save. I'm done. Took enough of your time.
Hopefully they'll get back to work this morning. I mean, I think they've kind of whittled it down to, I guess for all practical purposes, it's going to be Scalise or Jim Jordan. Jordan actually apparently spoke to Trump last Thursday. Yeah, when he did the interview, Trump had not yet actually endorsed Jim Jordan for the speakership, because that occurred early Friday morning, which that was kind of one of the breaking stories we shared at that point. Trump unequivocally endorsed Jim Jordan for the speakership. But yeah, get back to work. Cast a vote. Cast your second vote. Get it done, right? All right, on a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. On to the Sunshine State. What's going on, Philip? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, bud. Well, Pappy's getting a little hot there, it sounds like. Hey, Steve, before I start talking about the deal over in Israel, have you seen the new video out with Jay Leno driving the Tesla semi?
I hadn't seen the video. I did see the story where he's all up, uppity up, thumbs up, loves that Tesla semi.
Well, I like Jay Leno. I appreciate his stuff he does with the cars and all that, but be quite frank about it, that guy don't know nothing about semis. And I don't even know how they got him to drive that. I mean, seemed like to me, don't you have to have a CDL to drive a truck?
Yeah.
But anyway, it was an interesting video on the standpoint of learning about the truck and what they've got in it and what they do with it. And I can tell Jay Leno is a big Tesla guy because he was talking when they were talking about the systems on the truck. He knew a lot about what they were talking about as far as that goes, because a lot of it came from their cars and whatnot. But it's an interesting video. You need to watch it if you get a chance. But it's funny, though. You can really tell that Jay Leno knows absolutely nothing about semis, because in one thing he was, they were talking about what they'd done with the weight with the truck and what this and that. And he says, well, you don't have to worry about motor oil or spark plugs anymore. And I don't know if it's me or not, Steve, but I ain't seen a spark plug in a semi in a long time. What about you, Steve?
Right. No, sir.
So, but watch the video. You can learn a little bit more about the truck and how it works and that kind of thing. Now, getting on to Israel, I saw some stuff last night that's kind of, this whole thing has been disturbing for me because we kind of all know what happened before, right? What was it, around 1973, Steve, when Israel and Hamas started tangling when it got this bad back then, too, right, as well? Was it about that time?
Yep.
So I heard last night that we've got the 6th Fleet on its way to the Med. They're going to go over the East Med. And I'm also hearing that the Air Force is getting their F-35s and 16s, and they're also going to bring some A-10s in on the deal. They're moving a lot of assets. And the Navy, they're talking about the 6th Fleet. If you look at the 6th Fleet, that's about 21 ships. And they're moving the Ford over, the carrier Ford. They're moving it over there. And that's serious business when you start moving that much stuff over. I think we're gonna be. This is gonna be a lot different, Ukraine. I know that we tied a lot of money up in Ukraine, and we've used a lot of assets that we've given them. But this is going to be a different situation. And these guys from Hamas, they're different than they were before. These guys are getting really brazen with what they're doing. They're actually taking drones, arming them with bombs, and the drone is showing the camera footage of them dropping bombs on Israeli soldiers at a Hummer, and you just see the whole truck blow up right below the drone. I mean, that's how brazen these guys are. It's a different breed of guys than it was back in 1973. So, and everything. I was little back then. I don't know much. I would like to hear what Vic says about this, because Vic knows a lot about the stuff back in them days, and it's this stuff kind of scares me a little bit, and think about, doesn't Israel have the same capabilities that we have? Do they have nuclear capabilities?
Absolutely, yes, certainly.
Okay, and our relationship with Israel has been kind of special over the years, because they have a lot of our stuff. They know how to build a lot of our stuff. They know a lot of what we've got going on. And it wouldn't be surprising if we had moved some of our subs up in there. They're not talking about that. They don't talk about them subs, but I got a feeling we're going to have a few of them up in the Med too, as well, with the ships. So it's going to be a crazy time, and we'll have to sit back and watch it. So, but that's all I got pretty much today, Steve. Thanks for having me, and y'all have a good one.
All right. Be safe out there, Philip. On into work we go, all right? About 12 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Saturday, again, was a Jewish holiday, the Jewish holiday of Sukkot. There was a big outdoor music festival that was ongoing that evening. It was supposed to be an all-night dance party celebrating the Jewish holiday. How many thousands may have been in attendance? There were thousands of mostly young people, obviously, at the nature party. This venue was pretty close to the border there with Gaza. And when they crossed that border, multiple locations were hit Saturday morning. But the Nova Festival was one of those. One attendee who gone to the dance party in southern Israel to celebrate his 26th birthday on Friday night, but ended up fleeing what became a massacre as missiles roared overhead and Hamas gunmen shot down people as they tried to escape. Thousands were in attendance, close to Gaza, which became one of the first targets of the Palestinian gunmen who crossed into Israel early on Saturday. I heard shots from every direction. They were firing at us from both sides, he said. Everyone was running, didn't know what to do. Total chaos as rocket fire exploded around. Partygoers trying to escape any way they could. He said at one stage, me and a friend got into a car with people we didn't even know. We just jumped in the car, and people started to drive. After his vehicle came under fire, they had to get out fleeing on foot, hid for hours until they were rescued. Now, we know at least 700 Israelis killed, dozens more abducted into Gaza. I think at that dance party or music festival alone, 260 bodies recovered there. He said, only this morning did I understand the scale of what happened. What happened was not only at the party, but it was the whole south of Israel was under fire. And we'll return into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines here. From CDL Life over the weekend. Starting with a New Mexico travel center will soon be acquired by the truck stop chain Travel Centers of America, according to the report. Russell's Truck and Travel Center is to be purchased by TA, and a deal set to close on October the 11th here this week. This is off I-40, exit 369 in Glen Rio, New Mexico. Russell's will maintain the same name for the next 3 years, according to the report. The Russell's team said the TA wants to keep the restaurant open, maybe with some changes to the menu. All 68 current staff members are expected to stay on board after the acquisition. Additionally, the Free Classic Car and Memorabilia Museum, located on site, will remain open for 5 years through a leasing agreement between the Russell family and TA. Donations generated by that museum will go to local food banks, they tell us. The truck stop was opened by Emery and Barbara Russell in 2010. There's another Russell's location in Springer, New Mexico, that was also sold to TA earlier this year. But I guess according to the family, my mom and dad are getting a lot older. Yeah, my dad's 86 years old, and all my brothers, they're all retired. I live in Amarillo, and I'm out here 6 days a week. I need to be home, he says. It's just kind of time. Basically, everybody's getting older, and we want to have some more time for yourselves. Mark Russell's the director of operations for the Russell's location there. So just time to move on, right? All right, Friday in the state of Georgia, officials announced that the fuel taxes, you've had the fuel tax break ongoing. I guess they're going to continue that. The fuel taxes will be suspended for an additional month due to continued consumer pain from the rise in inflation. Governor Kemp signed a new executive order on October 6, extending the previous fuel tax break due to ongoing high inflation and uncertain economic conditions caused by the irresponsible policies coming out of D.C. So this order will save truckers 35 cents per gallon on diesel fuel. Citizens will also save 31.2 cents on each gallon of gas while this remains in place. The order now effective through the midnight hour on November 11th. This is an extension of the executive order that first kicked in September the 12th. It was set to expire on the 12th of this month, taking this action at a state level, trying to deliver some relief to the hardworking Jordans, fighting through Bidenflation, soaring interest rates, sky-high prices due to Bidenomics. Now, he did say our state's average gas price is now roughly 40 cents less than it was last month. With our partners in the General Assembly, we'll keep working to put money back in the pockets of Georgia families. All right, looks like news update almost here. Kentucky Ken is going to be checking. I guess he got the heck out of Chicago. Eagle will be checking in from Texas as well, coming up here. And, of course, it's a Monday. You know the drill. It is 844-844-3388. Heading up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. And notice it's a much cooler morning through much of the country. And that is not the case on the West Coast because they have really warmed up over the weekend.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is sending additional assistance to Israel following Saturday's deadly attack by Hamas militants. The White House says the president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, told him more aid will follow in the coming days. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed at least 700 people have been killed in Israel. 400 Palestinians are dead from Israel missiles. The White House says it's too early to determine if Iran was directly involved in Saturday's Hamas attacks on Israel.
We have not yet seen concrete indications to that effect, but we're going to keep looking at it.
Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner says the Biden administration is keeping a close watch on any role Iran or any parties do play moving forward. Feiner specifically mentioned Hezbollah, which said on Sunday that it launched rockets and artillery out of Lebanon into Israel. Fighter reiterated President Biden's warning that parties hostile to Israel do not exploit Hamas's attacks for their own purposes. Pope Francis calling for an end to attacks and violence in Israel. In his Sunday address to the faithful in St. Peter's Square, the Pope said terrorism and war would only bring further death and suffering to innocent people and not solve any problems. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage.
We know of multiple American hostages that are being held by Hamas.
Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says he received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Stern urges Americans with relatives in harm's way to register with his organization and State Department. Stern also said the mission is to get Americans in Israel out of harm's way. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says Saturday's Hamas attack on Israel is something that could happen in the U.S. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said Hamas and other such groups have the same hatred for America they have for Israel. Haley said the southern border crisis makes the U.S. vulnerable and that America is incredibly distracted and incredibly divided right now. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage. Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says the challenges in Operation Promised Land are obvious.
There's a kinetic threat from the sky that's present from Ukraine. We've dealt with missiles before. There's a cyber threat. There's an assassination threat. There's an absolute kidnapping threat.
Stern says he's received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. A reward is now being offered for information leading to the apprehension of the suspects involved in this week's mass shooting at Morgan State University.
Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley has announced a reward of $9,000. According to Worley, ballistics evidence suggests that 2 shooters fired on Tuesday night as a homecoming week celebration was ending. Among the 5 young people wounded, 4 have been discharged from the hospital, while the 5th is in stable condition.
That's John Schaefer reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend as well. Well, they can't all be winning seasons, right? Future Pro Football Hall of Fame head coach Bill Belichick has been on the cusp of reaching his 300th win as a head coach. Well, that's been the case the last 2 weeks. You'd never know it from the way the Patriots have performed, though. They have been outscored in consecutive losses by a total of 72-3. Across their 38-3 Week 3 loss at the Cowboys and this past day's 34-0 no points scored Week 4 versus the New Orleans Saints. I mean, couldn't even muster a field goal. This stretch of futility makes the 2023 Patriots only the 5th team in the last 35 years to lose back-to-back games by 34 or more points, as well as the first team since the 2019 Dolphins. The Tank for Tua team outscored by 69 or more points in a 2-game span. Wow. Yeah, these last 2 losses are the worst and second worst defeats of Belichick's head coaching career. In his first 453 games as an NFL head coach, Belichick lost by 30 or more points one time. He's lost by 30 or more points in each of the last 2 games. Sunday was a new look for Belichick's Patriots as they failed to even get on the scoreboard, losing by 34 points. Yeah, that defeat registers as the largest home shutout in the team's history. Wow. I mean, I'm seeing headlines. Might Bill Belichick possibly lose his job mid-season here? Wow. Kentucky Ken.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Well, give us a full report. Wasn't Chicago nice?
Yeah, it was a thrill a minute. It wasn't as bad as San Fran, but I'm going to back up to Kansas City just to hit on a little bit what Pappy was saying about locking up criminals who commit these thefts. When we were in Kansas City, and that was over the weekend, the startup band for Camino, which I'm on, they had a tour bus with I guess a 15-foot trailer enclosed, locked up on their hotel lot. They had $40,000 worth of band equipment taken off that trailer in 7 minutes.
Wow.
It's on video. But they had, when we loaded in the next morning, they had to scrounge around and get equipment. It wasn't their own equipment, it wasn't their own instruments, like the drums and guitars and, and artists, they're very, I found out they're very attached to their instruments.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
They really, what a shame. They were really heartbroken with all that they got enough and they played today too. So it's just a shame, 7 minutes it took them to pull another band up, basically cut the doors off and remove. They didn't get it all because I guess they couldn't fit it all, but they ripped them off bad. But Chicago, even other than the traffic and just the venue we were at was just very, very old. It was sort of cool inside, but it was, as far as for us, it was very difficult. They put us underneath, between the L train, underneath that, and a fire escape, and it was a tough hole to get into, if you know what I mean.
Right.
It wasn't. They had about 8 guys out there, not police officers, security, and they blocked all the traffic. And we get in there, then we detach. We detached from them, and then did one trailer at a time. So loading and unloading was pretty difficult, but we got it done. And just the hustle and the bustle. We were probably, Steve, about 7 miles from Wrigley, where this venue was at, and it wasn't near as dirty or hectic as San Fran, for instance. But it's just not my cup of tea. I'm just a good old Kentucky boy, you know. I like the quiet. I could do some Tennessee or even some Southern Ohio, but man, I'm glad to be out of there. I'm really glad to be out of there. It took us about 45 minutes in this early morning just to get out of the city and over the Indiana Bridge. We're on 94 now. So, but I don't know. It's a crazy world. Then everything going on with Israel. It's a scary time, is it not?
Yes, it sure is. Yep.
Yeah. So, well, I just wanted to let you know what was up, and on our way to Canada now. So it'll be my first time up there. We'll see how that goes. But I called, made sure I had international calling, and I'm good to go. So hopefully the service up there is good. But other than that, just rolling up the road. So hope everybody has a good Monday, and stay safe out there. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right. The tour continues. He makes it out of Chicago, headed for the next destination. All right, on up into Canada. Got to learn how to say A. All right, it is 844-3388. On a Monday. Eagle is on board. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah.
We got you. Go ahead,
Hello?
Eagle. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I didn't know you had me on. Okay, yeah, I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. And first thing I want to talk about is the situation with the what's this guy's name? The governor of New York and governor of Chicago. These guys, Steve, these two guys here are really making jokes out of themselves. They're crying like babies about these immigrants, saying that they don't know what to do with these people. They don't have enough room for these people, you know. But this guy, they said that they were sanctuary cities. And it's almost funny, Steve, to see all these losers that was, 8 or 9 months ago was saying that they wanted it's okay to bring some people in and help these people. They didn't realize that it was going to be millions and millions of people, and now they crying like babies. You even had the mayor of New York, Steve, this black guy. Adams,
Eric Adams.
He even went down to Mexico. That's how desperate this guy is. He's on his knees begging and pleading with the Mexican government to somehow stop these people from coming. That's how That's how stupid this guy is. And so he only made himself look bad. Meanwhile, New York City is a total disaster. You know, I never thought New York was already a filthy place, but it's even worse now. I don't know if you've seen some of the photographs of the trash and garbage on the ground that these people leave when they move on or whatever the hell they do. It's just ridiculous, Steve, the amount of garbage and trash on the ground in some of these places where these people are at. The mayor of New York and Chicago, they saying they begging people now. They trying to blame Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott has upped the amount of buses. He's sending 20 to 25 buses a day to New York and Chicago, loaded with people. And these cities don't know what the hell to do. But like I say, it's obvious what they need to do to me, you know. But they won't do it. If they, like I said, it's obvious that these people are either stupid or they don't know what's going on, Steve. Instead of trying to find a place for these people to live and house them, they need to put them on a bus headed right back to Venezuela and Guatemala. That's the best thing to do with these people, because we don't have enough food, jobs, or anything else for these people. We don't owe these people anything. I know I don't. So I feel bad for the kids, of these children, of these people, because they made a long journey to the U.S. They had nothing to do with it,
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do for these people, Steve. The U.S. already have enough problems. Nothing we. And then, like I told you, I don't like the attitude of some of these people. They are saying that the government, a lot of these people had a nerve to protest. I think I seen on TV the other day some people, a guy from Venezuela was protesting, saying that he has a right to have a job, place to live, and food on his table, and the U.S. should pay for it. So that's why I don't know how they figure that, but that's what he figured. So that's a bad thing. And then here's the bad part about this whole deal, Steve. You said it months and months ago that they have emptied out their jails in Venezuela. We got criminals that are now in the USA, dangerous criminals from Venezuela. That's the scary part about this whole deal, is that some of these people are very dangerous and they need to be behind bars, and now they're walking the streets of America. And they're causing problems already, Steve. They're fights and confrontations. All you got to do is go on the internet and you can see some of the confrontations these people have had already with other American citizens. And it's just a matter of time before these individuals, get so desperate. You can only sleep outside on the ground so long, Steve, before you decide that you want to take something that don't belong to you. And that's exactly what these people are going to do. So I'll repeat myself what I said last week. We have enough criminals in America, convicts and thugs, gangsters, drug dealers, whatever you want to call them. We don't need to be importing more of them into the U.S. of A, as far as I'm concerned. So, but like I say, Joe Biden, this guy is sleepwalking on the job. Yet they continue to try to do their thing with Donald Trump, put him in jail. Joe Biden continues not to do absolutely nothing. Now you got another situation with Israel. They got three major events going on in the U.S. right now. In the world right now, Steve, and Joe Biden, he doesn't have a hand on none of it. You got the situation with Ukraine. You got the situation with China that's getting ready to move into Taiwan. And now you got this new deal with Israel. So now we got three major events going on. And you see who we got as the leader of the U.S. It's complete and utter embarrassment. I hope that I think Donald Trump is missing out on a golden opportunity, Steve, to be president, because I'm thinking that there's not going to be the way it's looking, there may not be no election in 2024. The Democrats, if they can't stop Trump from getting in, they won't even hold a damn election. And you can't get in the White House if they don't elect you. So I think they're going to cancel the election. They're going to figure out a way to cancel this whole damn thing, and we won't even have an opportunity to vote. So I think Trump should go ahead and take the Speaker of the House job and try to maybe work his way into the See, that way, because it's looking more and more like we're not going to have no election in 2024. And I thank you for taking my call.
As far as Jim Jordan goes, he said he had a great conversation with Trump about his bid to become Speaker. He also said that he would not support the expulsion of Matt Gaetz, who actually spearheaded the ouster of McCarthy. Yeah, he said, I talked to the president about this, all kind of issues. I don't want to say anything, but I had a great conversation with the former president. Let's see. Trump, in his Truth Social post Thursday, offered his short-term help to do whatever's necessary with the Speaker of the House selection process. One day after Trump declined to rule himself out to fill in as Speaker, but then, of course, later Thursday night into Friday morning, he did put out a full endorsement for Jim Jordan. So his unequivocal support for Jordan. And we'll see if they get the process going here in short order. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, lines available here on a Monday. I think it was the CNI dog that sent this update my way. Yeah, who amongst us actually likes to use the self-checkout when you're making purchases? From the consumer side, the technology forces customers to do work that store employees usually do. Now, aside from people who don't like making small talk with the clerk or somebody who's in a rush, it's hard to see who actually benefits from the self-checkout. Stores like the self-checkout because obviously it eliminates workers. When retail wages have been rising, not paying people to scan your purchase appeals to companies trying to cut costs. Problem from the corporate side is self-checkout comes with increased theft. Some is accidental. Some falls into the, well, we're not exactly sure category. But when you take people out of the equation, shrink or retail theft, it goes up. That is something Kroger's chief financial officer addressed during his second quarter earnings call with the company. He said shrink increased during quarter number 2, primarily due to rising theft and organized retail crime. We are implementing initiatives to mitigate the financial impact, including increased security with new technology solutions. But we would expect shrink trends will continue to be a challenge for the remainder of the year. Those increased security and technology solutions may not make the customer very happy. Kroger forces customers to use self-checkout by having fewer traditional checkout aisles. So some people who prefer to have a human scan their items will go to the self-checkout, even if it makes them feel uncomfortable. What Kroger announced is they're planning to employ artificial intelligence as a monitor. Cameras will watch the self-checkout lanes. AI will examine how customers scan their goods. There's a company called Everseen Visual AI that will virtually examine the video, flag any discrepancies. Now, the AI flags not only instances of customers stealing, but also abnormal patterns, and it will alert store personnel. So, if you do not efficiently scan and bag your items, even if you're not stealing, you could face the indignity of a store employee coming over to examine your bags. Now, they say the technology alerts customers when an item has not been scanned. When a second item is missed, store personnel are then alerted. Either way, Kroger chiefs have claimed that this type of technology has helped reduce over 75% of errors at the self-checkouts. Modern tech, and this may be the blueprint, they say, for the likes of Walmart locations, Target locations. With that, we'll get a news break on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Several American citizens are among those who have been killed since Saturday's Hamas attack in Israel. That's according to a National Security Council spokesperson who added that officials are monitoring the situation closely and remain in touch with Israeli partners. At least 700 Israelis have been killed. The chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says Congress can provide aid to Israel without a House Speaker, but it's not ideal.
It wasn't my idea to oust the Speaker. I thought it was dangerous. You know, I look at the world and all the threats that are out there, and what kind of message are we sending to our adversaries when we can't govern, when we're dysfunctional?
The Taliban says the 2 earthquakes that struck Afghanistan Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a powerful 6.3 on the Richter scale. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. hotshotsecret.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we did hear from Heatwave briefly at the onset of the program. He just chimed in real quick via Facebook. I guess he's at the home, the hacienda, as you like to call it. Had been out over the weekend. I saw some of the posts from the Balloon Festival, which is officially underway now in Albuquerque. And yes, there are always risks surrounding going up in a hot air balloon like anything else. What goes up must come down. PNM crews over the weekend on the scene trying to remove one of those balloons that ended up coming down in contact with power lines in the North Valley Saturday. Witnesses tell KOB that everyone in the basket was okay, thankfully. It was pretty scary. We heard a pretty loud bang, and, we got to see some sparks all over the balloon. With these type of accidents, there are those who might want to jump in and help just on natural instinct. Authorities want to emphasize, stay away from the balloon and let the pros handle it. Touching a balloon wrapped in power lines, even for just a few milliseconds, could cause a chain reaction that injures both those trying to provide help as well as anyone that is in the balloon's gondola, they say. Officials say if you see a balloon entangled in power lines, call 911 right away, then call PNM. I guess that's the professionals with literally hundreds of balloons going up and down every day at the annual Balloon Festival in Albuquerque right now. Kind of kicked off unofficially on Friday, and Saturday was the first full day. And it's going to continue all this week. Of course, everybody's looking forward to the Ring of Fire solar eclipse coming up on the 14th this week, where they're going to have a bunch of balloons up in the air. That should be a fascinating sight, right? Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. And who we got on board there?
Hey, Steve, it's Rainmaker. Long time checking in. So
Rainmaker, yeah, from Thailand. Yes.
Yep. The news has been so depressing for such a long time, I just couldn't get myself to call in because it would just drive me crazy. But, I started to see glimmers of hope. All the crime, violence, homelessness, and drugs, and people dying, and people getting attacked was changing the Democrats to realize what they did. So, and then Trump, his court battle is starting to look really good. And then the Hunter Biden deal starting the investigation and the impeachment. Everything's looking good, right? But then all of a sudden, what happens? Sunday morning in Thailand, I'm watching the Thailand news, and they got this Thai lady broadcasting, and they're showing videos. I go, honey, where's that from? And she said, Israel. I said, holy shit. So, this is Sunday morning. I've been kind of watching the news. So now all the news is focused on Israel, Palestine, and Gaza Strip, right?
Sure.
So now we're not going to hear anything about Hunter Biden. Plus, at the same time, the good news was Biden's reversed his direction on the border. He's going to, they fought Trump over all the EPA mandates and the federal, all these laws and things, regulations says you can't build the wall there. They're going to eliminate all the laws so that they can build the wall. Wow. How can the Democrats do that, but the Republicans can't? Can you explain that to me?
Well, Biden, for his part, is trying to say he doesn't support building the wall. It's just the money was appropriated for the wall, and he tried to get it appropriated for something else, but they refused to do it. So we got to spend the money, and we got to spend it on the wall, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's already sold parts of the wall away, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but what really worries me is the news media has told everybody that we ran out of artillery shells, we're low of this, we don't have this, we don't have this. So China's getting the green light, and Iran had to help Hamas to do what they did because, Israel's got a very good security system, right? And I was told at that music festival that the Hamas people flew in there with parachutes. Is that true?
Yeah, parasails. I don't know how they got up to an elevation where they could parasail across the line, I guess.
Yeah, but just right there were so many people from so many different countries that got killed, 260, and they really don't know how many people yet and who they are, what countries and stuff. But yesterday I was at my friend's place, and he was telling me about a friend or a relative that has relatives working in Israel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of foreigners that work in Israel. A lot of Americans are over there. So, this is going to really hurt a lot of things, And like World War III could start anytime.
Yeah.
But the thing that happened in Afghanistan, I hope to God that nobody gives any aid to Afghanistan because they pretty well killed about every soldier, every person that ever fought in Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan does not have a good reputation in the world to anybody. Australia, Britain, Russia, Turkey, I think. I don't know. So Afghanistan shot themselves in the foot, haven't they?
Well, Rainmaker, it's always good to hear from you as far as everything else going all right. How's life in Thailand? What time of year is it there for you now?
It's getting better. The rainy season's almost over with. And then after the hot for a while, and then they'll start cooling down around November, December. The cold weather will start coming, and that is pretty good. Just gotta watch out for a nuclear war if it starts right.
Yep.
China.
Right.
All right, my friend, you take care.
Thank you for checking in. I wonder if you get out there and you frequent that Thai street food. See all these TikTok and YouTube videos of the street vendors. You know, some of it looks like it might be appetizing. Others are like, how do you actually eat that garbage? But, you know, different parts of the world, you know, I have no desire to eat a deep-fried scorpion, you know, or spiders, or bugs in general, for that part. All right, under the industry headlines from OOIDA late last week, an opinion, I believe it was Jamie Jones, who writes, I respect the need for safety campaigns. There is some really crappy driving out there. And good for the cops trying to put a stop to it. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance hosts a number of these things throughout the year. Operation Safe Driver Week was held in July, and the results have been released. Most media outlets will just report the results, some focusing on the big, bad, scary trucks that were targeted, and then move on without another thought. Well, not us here at Landline. Yeah, what picture of highway safety do the results really paint? Here's the short version of the results. During that week, there were 11,448 traffic stops of trucks and passenger vehicles engaged in unsafe driving. That resulted in a total of 4,494 tickets, 5,756 warnings. That breaks down to 2,634 tickets, 4,592 warnings to trucks, 1,860 tickets, 1,164 warnings to passenger vehicles. That's a lot of numbers coming at you real fast, but let me highlight one of those things that really stands out. Truck drivers received more warnings than tickets. Passenger vehicles drivers received more tickets than warnings. That's clue number one as to what group of drivers are the real problem on the roads. Moving on, looking at the speeding citations and warnings. CVSA's press release pointed out that speeding would be the focus of this year's Operation Safe Driver Week. Data backs up the need for this sort of crackdown, with speeding going crazy since the pandemic shut down about everything in 2020, which turned our highways into the U.S. version of Germany's Autobahn. Now, there were a total of 2,008 tickets, 2,200 warnings issued for speeding. Let's break it down by vehicle type. Truck drivers received 715 tickets, 1,575 warnings for speeding. Passenger vehicles received 1,293 tickets and 625 warnings. So let's throw some fast, loose math on those numbers. Passenger vehicle drivers racked up 64% of the speeding tickets issued, only 28% of the warnings. Truck drivers, on the other hand, had 36% of the speeding citations, 72% of the warnings. Now, one unfortunate thing about these stats is that we don't know what the speeding tickets were for, meaning were they 5 to 10 over, 11 to 15? We don't know that trucks are not to be cited for, say, 1 to 5 over. So one could logically guess that warnings to truck drivers for 1 to 5 mile per hour over accounted for the bulk of the warnings. But let's move on. Warnings are for when you've screwed up, but not badly enough to warrant a ticket. Operation Safe Driver results, so passenger vehicle drivers got nailed with a citation 67% of the time when stopped for speeding. For the truckers, it was 31% at the time. Another fact check about truck speeding is that It is more common in lower speed limit areas thanks to the electronic logs and many speed-limited trucks. The reality these results show is that there's already a speed differential out there on the roads, with passenger vehicles routinely driving faster than trucks. And now we see getting ticketed for that. Trucks aren't the problem children on the highways. It's passenger vehicles. These are the messages, the facts we need to drive home as we battle the speed limiter mandate. While the numbers are fresh on your mind, head over to fightingfortruckers.com. Shoot a quick email to your lawmaker telling them to support the DRIVE Act. Senate Bill 2671, and the companion version in the House is House Resolution H.R. 3039. Of course, this would prevent the FMCSA from pursuing a mandate in regards to the speed limiters. But, Horse Feathers had been inquiring about that. Operation Safe Driver Week. Do we have any numbers? Well, there you go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. See what's going on with Brain Dead here on a Monday. Delivering those groceries, I presume.
Yeah, for that lovely old K-Roger company. But, Steve, I'm going to say something here just in case old Heat Wave will be listening to the podcast, because I know old Brother Rambler's going to be happy when I say this. And, yeah, I'm going to have to wash my mouth out with soap probably when I say roll, Tide, roll.
Uh-oh.
All that over them A&M act. Because, see, Steve, Tennessee's got A&M this week, so... and then we got Alabama next week. So I'm going to catch all kind of grief and heck from, everybody around here. So, and it's bad enough that Dingbats Gators played the Sister Mary's of the Poor over the weekend. So they didn't really have much of a game anyway. But no, you were talking about that Kroger. I wish that guy would get out of the ivory tower and pay attention to what the warehouse is doing. I mean, honestly, there is no body from upper management that high to see the damage that these idiots do. I mean, I just seen a pallet of dairy products, like your black milk and butter and et cetera, that's about waist high, that got loaded on a skid of produce, probably about halfway up your chin. And imagine having to split those pallets off because one goes in one cooler, one goes in another cooler, and you tear up a whole bunch of oranges and lettuce and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the warehouse guys just don't give two craps. I'm thinking of another word, but I'll let you figure that word out. But they just don't care. And yeah, the theft may be maybe about 3/4 of the problem, but this is the other part of the problem that they're not seeing. And myself, I have literally been emailing the boss man pictures. We have a new supposed warehouse manager that's supposed to be taking up the problem with the loaders. I got an idea. Oh, wait a minute, never mind. You don't know about this. See, the warehouse guys get paid by the hour, but they also get an incentive on how much they pull, how much they wrap, which could be an extra $1 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, Steve, literally will throw 2 rounds of wrap, throw it on a truck, and be done. Not my problem. But this is the problem where the stores are having, is there's no accountability. These pictures in and send the pictures in, nobody's accountable. That's the problem. So and the boss man asked me, he said, well, what's your idea of a solution? I said, simple. Take away that incentive. You take away $1 an hour, it'll change somebody to really think about stuff. Because my first day on here running by myself when I ran into that problem, I asked him, I said, is the shrink wrap, is it company bought, or do the loader guys have to buy that themselves? Because obviously they do not know what they're doing. They obviously have not been on a truck to see how smooth and lovely these roads are. And this product actually making too, Steve. But how was your weekend?
Short and sweet, but had a good weekend. Had a good time.
Yeah, I went over to a buddy of mine's house Saturday, watched the football games, and Steve, he's about as big a cheapskate as you was back in the day. I mean, with AOL dial-up and the flip phones. I mean, me and you, we go way back. So he asked me. He said, I'm going to get married to my girlfriend here. We've been together for a long time, and do you know a place where I can get some cheap diamonds? I said, yeah, a deck of playing cards. Buy to me.
Yeah, that's about as cheap as you're going to get on them diamonds, ain't it? All right. It is 844-844-3388. This applies to many of our listening audience, trucking or not trucking. Anyone who's dealing with sleep apnea and on a CPAP machine. Had the big recall since 2021. The Philips breathing devices. Update from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration says that they are not satisfied with the status of the product recall by the healthcare technology company Philips. Philips has recalled millions of sleep apnea and respiratory devices since 2021. In the update published late last week, the FDA said that it believed Amsterdam-headquartered Philips should conduct additional testing on the risk posed to people who've used recalled devices. Philips could not immediately be reached for comment. One analyst said this is negative news. The FDA is clearly still not happy with the way this recall is being handled. This long-running recall wiped out more than 2/3 of Philips' market valuation from 2021 to 2022. They had staged a modest recovery so far this year, but with an announcement like that, shares were down 6.6% on Friday. So, yeah, I know that for many of the folks out there dealing with that recall, it was taking an awful long time. Well, there were so many devices involved to get the parts and the repairs made. Memory serves, it was primarily the foam insulation, the noise deadening insulation that over time breaks down, begins to release little bitty particles that were getting into people's lungs and were carcinogenic. That's what it was all about. And, of course, they were telling people that had those devices not to use them. But there you go, update from the Food and Drug Administration. As we head toward Newsbreak, top of the hour coming up here. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collectors' cars, generators, anything that's got to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's known, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So make sure, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, as I mentioned, final hour just ahead on a Monday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is sending additional assistance to Israel following Saturday's deadly attack by Hamas militants. The White House says the president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, told him more aid will follow in the coming days. A spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed at least 700 people have been killed in Israel. 400 Palestinians are dead from Israel missiles. The White House says it's too early to determine if Iran was directly involved in Saturday's Hamas attacks on Israel.
We have not yet seen concrete indications to that effect, but we're going to keep looking at it.
Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner says the Biden administration is keeping a close watch on any role Iran or any parties do play moving forward. Feiner specifically mentioned Hezbollah, which said on Sunday that it launched rockets and artillery out of Lebanon into Israel. Feiner reiterated President Biden's warning that parties hostile to Israel do not exploit Hamas's attacks for their own purposes. Pope Francis calling for an end to attacks and violence in Israel. In his Sunday address to the faithful in St. Peter's Square, the Pope said terrorism and war would only bring further death and suffering to innocent people and not solve any problems. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage.
We know of multiple American hostages that are being held by Hamas.
Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says he received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Stern urges Americans with relatives in harm's way to register with his organization and the State Department. Stern also said the mission is to get Americans in Israel out of harm's way. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says Saturday's Hamas attack on Israel is something that could happen in the U.S. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations said Hamas and other such groups have the same hatred for America they have for Israel. Haley said the southern border crisis makes the U.S. vulnerable and that America is incredibly distracted and incredibly divided right now. A Florida-based private rescue organization is deploying resources to Israel to evacuate Americans who can't get out or are being held hostage. Project Dynamo founder and CEO Brian Stern says the challenges in Operation Promised Land are obvious.
There's a kinetic threat from the sky that's present from Ukraine. We've dealt with missiles before. There's a cyber threat. There's an assassination threat. There's an absolute kidnapping threat.
Stern says he's received several dozen requests for help to rescue Americans in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. A reward is now being offered for information leading to the apprehension of the suspects involved in this week's mass shooting at Morgan State University.
Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley has announced a reward of $9,000. According to Worley, ballistics evidence suggests that 2 shooters fired on Tuesday night as a homecoming week celebration was ending. Among the 5 young people wounded, 4 have been discharged from the hospital, while the 5th is in stable condition.
That's John Schaefer reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
righty, there you go. That's my cue. Get that final hour underway. I did not tune in to the racing action this past day, but first of all, not a fan of road course racing anyway, but it was the road course aficionado A.J. Allmendinger stole some thunder from the NASCAR Cup Series playoff drivers with a convincing victory in yesterday's Bank of America Roval 400, Charlotte Motor Speedway, the road course. Allmendinger led twice for a race-high 46 laps, including the last 33, and beat the runner-up William Byron to the finish line by 0.6 of a second, winning his first Cup race of the season, his first at the Charlotte road course, and the third of his Cup Series career. All of his wins have been on road courses. Kyle Busch finished third, 2 spots short of the win he needed to advance to the playoff round of 8. Joining Busch in the playoff elimination list were Ross Chastain, that finished 10th, Bubba Wallace 16th, Brad Keselowski 18th. Allmendinger took the lead for the final time when Ryan Blaney pitted from the top spot, lap 77, under caution for a wreck in the front stretch chicane that involved Denny Hamlin, Ty Dillon, and Mike Rockenfeller. The 41-year-old veteran from California survived 4 more cautions and 4 more restarts before he completed what he termed the drive of my life. All right, he was kind of shedding a few tears during the cool-down lap and actually teared up during his post-race interview. I hate crying right now, but it's a freaking Cup race, man. You don't know when it's ever going to happen again. And this is why you do it. This is the reason you fight, all the blood, sweat, tears. Everybody at Kaulig Racing has been, I'd say, a down year, but up and down year. It's our second year in the Cup Series, So Byron and Ryan Blaney already had advanced to the round of 8 in the playoffs by virtue of their respective victories at Texas and Talladega. Joining them in the next round, which starts next Sunday at Las Vegas, will be Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, who started from the rear in a backup car. He finished 13th, and Martin Truex Jr. Down to the round of 8, as they say. All right, who we got on board here? Is that Nate?
Dingbat.
Well, hello, Dingbat. What's going on?
Nothing much. I don't think Braindead needs to come home by singing Roll Tide.
Uh-oh.
So if he's hearing this, he doesn't need to come home.
Well, we were saying earlier this morning, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, you know?
Right. Right. As you know, I do work at FedEx. I don't know if you heard the news about the FedEx pilot that did the landing gear and everything like that.
Chattanooga, I saw the video of that just a little bit earlier. That was pretty scary, yeah. But, I mean, I guess they're saying he did a whale of a job getting the crew down safely.
Yes. I believe it or not, I talked to him Friday. And I said, dude, you need to play the lottery. That's all I can say.
Yes.
That is some fine landing right there, buddy. He said he was very fortunate, and I said his wife was the only person besides the crew told him that he did a good job. I said, well, you're going to hear it from someone else. You did a good job.
Yeah.
Dude. Very good job. Also, I don't know if y'all heard, if anybody, other listeners have heard, I've lost a good friend Wednesday. And I don't know if you heard anything about it.
We saw your post. We saw Braindead's post, someone that was close enough to you where they should have been considered family, and everybody was thinking about you, saying a prayer. So that's about all we really knew.
Yeah, I'm holding it up well. It's just, it's hard to process because she was really, really close with me, like really close. I took one of her grandchildren to college. I mean, everything. But I just want to tell everybody I am okay. It's just hard for me to process during this difficult time.
Sure.
I am able to talk, so if you have my phone number, you can always call me or hit me up on Facebook.
Yeah, it's kind of different when something happens where somebody just unexpectedly, boom. I mean, rather than, being ill for a while and, you know something's coming down the pike. When something unexpected happens, very difficult.
Well, it's when you get a call from her husband. It's like when Chris just got home from when Brain Dead got home from a 12-hour run, it's like, what do you do? I mean, I was numb for a good day. I'm like, what do I do?
Mm-hmm.
And her other grandchild, I mean, just came home from school bawling and just wouldn't let go of me. Like, he couldn't grasp the pain either. So, but I just want to tell everybody I am okay, and we're going to get through this. Her funeral's next week, so.
Okay. Well, we appreciate.
I don't know about Brain Dead. I know it hit him too.
Oh yeah, he was pretty upset about it. I know he did chime in the other morning, kind of mentioned it, but
yeah. But I just want to tell everybody I'm okay.
Well, thank you for the update. We'll be thinking about you. Let us know when the funeral is so we can focus on that particular time. It'll be tough, right? But the FedEx plane she was talking about, this is landing gear failure. Sparks flying from the plane operated by FedEx skidding off the end of the runway at Chattanooga Airport last Wednesday. It's a Boeing 757 making its final approach when it reported landing gear failure. Engines emitted smoke, but there was no fire. The plane circled around before making an emergency landing, ultimately coming to a stop between the runway and a road close by. 3 people who were all accounted. I think 3 pilots were on board the aircraft. But, the FAA is investigating that. And, the other headlines I saw was accolades to that pilot for bringing that plane down safely, because it could have been ugly. All right, 13 past the hour on a Monday, and there's old Scarecrow checking in to get the new week started. Morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, buddy. Well, Steve, it took nearly the entire weekend to recover from no overnight drive Friday, but we did it. You know what? Mankind, for who knows how many thousand years, got along just fine without a cell phone.
Yes.
And come this past Friday night, prepping for work, I guess subliminally, I must have decided to try it without the cell phone too. I grabbed my cup of Joe at the convenience store and got that set in position. I got my wallet out of my pocket and stowed in the truck ready to go, and I reached for my phone to set up on the dash and went into that panic mode. And like, where the hell did I lose my phone? I'm going through my bag here and on the floor, and then it hit me. Oh, no, Scarecrow, he plugged it in for one last quick charge before leaving the house, and figured, well, we could never leave without that phone, could we?
Right.
Want to bet? Yeah. And it's funny how a person becomes so acclimated and reliant on the smartphone these days that the first thing that come to mind was, and every night I communicate with my day driver, send him an image of the manifest and such. So, how the hell am I going to get that to him? And then the second thing that popped in my head was, oh no, Steve Summers overnight drive. What do I do? But either way, we toughed through it, Steve. I was going to ask if there was anything of value that I missed, but I guess it's all of value, so I I won't even go that direction. Was there anything I missed worth that I should have not have missed?
Good golly. I've slept since then. I don't know what the hell we even talked about Friday morning.
All right. We'll leave that alone.
I think a lot of it was Speaker of the House stuff. A lot of speaker talk on that show.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure Trump came up several times in that conversation and such. But so no, we moved on, and come Saturday evening, my bride and I, we celebrated about 42 years of marital bliss. Actually, it wasn't quite. It won't be for another about 20 hours to make it official, but yeah. So that came and went Saturday evening. Yesterday, Sunday, I don't have a clue what took place because it came and went. And so anyway, what else is new here? You're talking about the drivers and driving and such. I've touched on this before about how certain drivers, they have to have a guardian angel that is working overtime, Steve. And this was verified again, this very evening. I-90-94 at Madison. It's coming eastbound, it splits.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I-94 is a left-hand exit. The ramp is actually 2 lanes. Now, a person not familiar, he sees the left-hand exit and heads over to the far left lane. Well, you do not need that. If you're paying close attention to the signage, you'll see that both left lanes, sweep that curve. Now, a seasoned driver, veteran drivers, they know you don't change lanes in a curve. And the tighter the curve, the more important it is to hold that lane. And this driver, he came across 4 lanes of traffic, about a quarter mile in front of me to get over to that far left lane. That tells me he was not familiar with the area to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the sweeping curve, Steve, it drops off fairly quick, about halfway through it. So, yeah, you got to be on your game. Well, at this point where it starts dropping off quick, if he had a high center load or traditional swing and beef from years past, I'd have been looking at the belly of that trailer, Steve, because he shot across to my right lane, and the momentum took him halfway onto the shoulder, and he literally had to fight to bring that back into the roadway. I thought, man, your guardian angel did a number there, boy. So yeah, it just continues on and on and on. But so anyway, if there are any younger drivers out there or such, keep that in mind. If you're, a broad sweeping curve is one thing as far as changing lanes, but when you can't see, you're looking in that right mirror. If you don't know what's going on and such, and changing your momentum in the curve, that's the last thing you want to be doing. So that's worth keeping in mind there. Oh, let's see. Israel. Okay, yeah, first, Wheelchair Dave, I know pretty good idea what he was getting at when he said he might hear from me tonight. And no, I don't have a clue what might be taking place overhead. Now, certainly, we've been keeping tabs on Iran for quite a number of years, a very up close and personal view. Whether it's satellite or flyovers, I've seen we do have planes based up at Fairford, United Kingdom. Now, in the years past, we have been based in Saudi Arabia and several Pakistan, several other countries right down in the Cold War zone, so to speak. So, but I don't know, and I only learned about this during the ABC dinner hour news last night, and the fact that neither of my boys in their texting during the day had anything to say about it. It'd be pointless for me to even ask Stewie anything about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
So But anyway, during the news, the impression I get, I thought they said that we have been amassing quite a stockpile of military goods within the Israel borders for quite some time. Now, if that is going to be the source of future Israel buildup and continued action or such, that I don't know, but that's kind of the way I took that story, Steve. We do have munitions in quite quantities over there right now. See, anything else going on in Crow's world? I got a new truck coming again in a few days here, so another one of the made in Mexico Freightliner. So living in the metric world, I guess. Thinking here there was something else, but I guess it'll come around tomorrow night, and we'll leave it at that then, bud. I do remember
okay.
here.
Yeah.
Now, hello?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Am I still there, Steve?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Remember.
Big Ed, if you're still listening, you may get a message from an unknown caller. You won't recognize the number, but if it ends in 00, it's Scarecrow. We'll leave it at that. Other than that, Steve, no, we're good, man. Catch you later.
All right. Thank you for checking in on a Monday. One day closer to the greatest day of the week, which is Friday. We all know that, right? All right, I guess we'll delve into this. I mean, it's kind of late in the program, but what's his name? Old two-time world champion Bull Holler shared a little something that he said it might be a good topic for Steve's show. I guess it is. We all know what you got to deal with out there. He said, I was recently in the Loves, Bloomsdale, Missouri, entered the bathroom to use one of the stalls, and the one that became available was vacated by a dirty-looking guy with a ripped T-shirt who exited the bathroom without washing his hands. As I entered the stall, I discovered that I would have to be the one to wipe up the urine off the toilet seat before I sat down. I always line the seat with tissue anyway. I will not bare-ass a public toilet. Wiping urine off the seat just added one more step to it, but I was there a few minutes, and after leaving the bathroom, I noticed the guy who had been in there before me was overrunning his hands through the drink lids. I actually went over to the guy and thanked him for the privilege of wiping his piss off the toilet seat. He just looked at me and said, F off. Now, I watched as this driver exited the Loves as he went to the third fuel island that he was parked in front of, blocking the island. Got into the truck that had not one, but 3 OOIDA stickers on it, and roared off into the night. Yeah, I stood there thinking, well, there's a reason he has to have an ELD. But here's my question to OOIDA members. Do you or any other members ever talk to a guy like this about how he is representing the organization and the industry? Do you call the OOIDA office when you see something like this? I mean, here's the deal for OOIDA people to consider on a daily basis. Most of the stops, like Pilot Flying J, Loves, etc., have more public traffic through them than they do truckers. These are the same citizens that get an opportunity to comment on potential FMCSA and government regulations when they issue a public comment period. Think about this scenario. Joe Public enters the Loves bathroom, encounters the dirty, sloppy-looking driver. Then Joe Public enters the stall and discovered that the professional driver in the torn clothing had just urinated all over the toilet and the floor. Now, Joe Public is left wondering, how in the hell can that driver safely handle a big rig around my family if he can't handle urinating in the toilet? The driver must be so tired from driving that he didn't have the energy to properly hold it straight and accurately. So now Public Joe, or Joe Public, is absolutely positive that trucking needs to have an ELD, based on what he saw with this driver, these same people will be commenting on the speed limiters. Think about this, drivers. If OOIDA were to clean up your ranks, it might greatly help your organization and the industry as a whole, or at least do not display an OOIDA sticker if you choose to be a non-caring scumbag. This might make a good topic for Steve's show. Now, I haul livestock, as most of you know. I can get really dirty and nasty. I do not have the privilege of sitting around 10, 15 hours a day. I'm always moving, somehow, somewhere, somehow. However, I always represent clean, manicured when it counts. I do it, and so can you. So with that, I'm done with my rant. Everybody stay safe. I don't know. There are quite there's plenty of sloppy pigs out there, right? And that's the really gross thing. I mean, you're coming out of a sit-down stall. Don't even wash your hands. And you're going over there touching items. And, you know, of course, you're opening the same doors. The next individual is going to come out of the restroom with clean hands and touch your dirty handle to get them a drink out of the fridge or the cooler. All right. No wonder they said, especially during the COVID, wash your hands on a regular basis. I wonder if some of these pigs, even at that point in time, opted to wash their hands. All right, real quick, the search is on to help a lost trucking dog find his driver to be reunited. Romeville, Illinois. It was late September. The dog is being kept by the Romeville Animal Control. They have shared his story across the internet as drivers and animal lovers try to unite him with his trucker. People in the area say that the driver was searching for his pup for a while, but he had to get back on the road before he could find him. Unfortunately, no one has any information on how to contact the driver. So you might be listening to this program. Romeville, Illinois. Video captured of the lost dog. You can be seen howling as if he's on the search for his owner. You can find the pictures at cdllife.com. If anybody recognizes, please notify his owner.
USA News Update. Several American citizens are among those who have been killed since Saturday's Hamas attack in Israel. That's according to a National Security Council spokesperson who added that officials are monitoring the situation closely and remain in touch with Israeli partners. At least 700 Israelis have been killed. The chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says Congress can provide aid to Israel without a House Speaker, but it's not ideal.
It wasn't my idea. To oust the speaker. I thought it was dangerous. You know, I look at the world and all the threats that are out there, and what kind of message are we sending to our adversaries when we can't govern, when we're dysfunctional?
The Taliban says the two earthquakes that struck Afghanistan Saturday killed over 2,000 people. The first quake to hit western Afghanistan late Saturday morning was a powerful 6.3 on the Richter scale. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I guess we've learned over the years, if there's money to be made and you're a scammer, you don't care whose lives you might put at risk in the name of garnering that money. It's all about the money. This may turn out to be one of the biggest scams going down in history, as planes, as in airliners, are getting grounded amid concerns some of their engine parts were sold with fraudulent safety certificates. According to the Daily Mail, major airlines based in the U.S., American Airlines, United, Southwest, and Delta, all affected. The Federal Aviation Administration and European investigators are probing the firm responsible for selling the parts. AOG Technics, for allegedly producing fake safety certificates to sell parts to the airlines. A middleman that acquired parts before selling them. AOG, they were the middleman. Got attention for appearing to create fake employees with stock photographs from LinkedIn. So far, the FAA and its European counterparts have found AOG parts in 126 engines across multiple airlines. The most affected engine models are CFM56s, installed in jets ranging from the 737 MAX to the Airbus A320. Yeah, both of those type of jets power flights across the world every day. This issue might be disastrous for the airline industry as well as regulators, which are supposed to implement stringent safety tests to ensure that parts, especially engine components, are airworthy. According to the Mirror, the impacted parts can go anywhere from screws and bolts to actual turbine blades. Many of the parts appear to have been made by General Electric and Safran, companies that are now suing AOG. It's a bit strange that a phantom company can be allowed to supply spare parts and false certification documents, according to the chief executive officer of Safran, Safran. I'm not familiar with them. We all know GE, but Safran. Now, in GE and Safran's lawsuit, the firms claimed that they were initially alerted to the problem back in June after the engineering and maintenance teams of TAP Air Portugal caught on to the scheme. So that's an investigation that's ongoing, but I mean, that could have literally deadly consequences to the tunes of, on an Airbus, hundreds of lives could be lost in one singular incident. Vic joins us on a Monday. Hello, Vic.
Hey, well, you touched on airlines. Talk about that first. My question is, how many American airlines, not the company American Airlines, but American-based airlines were affected? Because that whole thing with counterfeit parts that pops up seems like about every 10 or 15 years. At one time, they were taking parts out of used parts and bolts and claiming that they were good, cleaning them up and trying to sell them as new. Then another thing, too, the inspections criteria in third world countries isn't quite as stringent as it is here. So I was just curious if they tried to target, those airlines, or if they were more in the European sector and the American sector. But anyway, I kind of digressed there. But you talk about what come up Friday. I know you get a lot of emails and stuff, but I tried to send you a video there on that old Conelrad system. And what I was curious about, did you have to have a broadcaster's license when you first started in? Because at one time,
yes,
I was thinking that anybody on radio, okay.
Had to have the license. I was in the era you no longer had to do the ... the whole, you didn't have to know the Morse code thing. My dad had to have that to get. I just had to fill out the form and get. It was like the FCC restricting. You had to have it posted, like in the engineering room. All the broadcasters that were on the air had to have it posted in the building.
Oh, okay. Well, they had that emergency alert Friday, and people was trying to attach some sort of a conspiracy to it. And that thing had been around for a long time. And that Conelrad came out, means control of electronic radiation, and there were two frequencies on your radio marked with triangles and stuff. I don't know if you got that. And they had a code thing on the envelopes that broadcasters had to open, and it had to match up. And only certain people.
We had that. Yeah.
Okay.
If there was an actual emergency, we had like a list there, and there were, I don't know if it was for each day of the week or whatever, you had to open the envelope, and then you had to match up the code to actually implement the emergency alert.
Okay. Well, yeah, you know the drill, whether you got that video or not. But the reason it affected me, there used to be something in the Air Force that was called Continental Air Command. And they were supposed to protect the homeland in case the Soviet bombers made it through. And that was the unit that I joined in the reserve unit, because the guy told me, he said, see, if you get activated, you just walk around your home base. Well, apparently the Air Force had other ideas, because they had to, they had to institute some sort of special forces to comply with Kennedy's decree. that, I mean, Kennedy had long been assassinated, but he was the one that put the special forces into all the different agency, different military branches. Anyway, so I thought, well, I'll go ahead and just join this and I can get on with my life.
Yeah.
And I had a chance for a couple of commissions. And so I go to boot camp as a airman basic, and the DI walks up to me and he says, here's your orders. There's been a change. And I looked at it and I said, well, it says X-ray tech and I was supposed to be a vet tech. He said, no, I'm not talking about that. You're no longer in the Continental Air Command. You're in TAC and you're a member of the SOG. And I said, well, what's a SOG? He said, let's just say you probably won't be spending your reserve time if you get activated at your home base. And that's pretty much what happened. And why the Continental Air Command went to the Tactical Air Command, I have no idea, because I figured we'd have went to the Military Airlift Command because they just had the old C-119 carriers. But anyway, that's where they put us, and that's how I kind of wound up having some of the experiences I did within the military, which I was kind of upset that I gave up my commission. And then later on, I had a chance to get a couple other commissions, but by that time, I was kind of a happy NCO, I guess is the best way to put it.
Right.
And then they gave me a chance for early out, and so I got out. But most of my time, I was looking this weekend about this whole Ukraine deal thing, and I got tired of looking at that, and I jumped over to the two-stroke diesels and the Caterpillar Acer engines, and then all of a sudden here comes on there about Hamas attacking Israel. And there's some sort of a holy day vacation or something.
Correct.
That has to do with the Torah over in Israel. And I guess they had some tourists there and other people coming in or whatever. And it's like, good Lord, here we go again. What is the deal? You know, at what point are we going to understand that Biden is not good for this country? And then that whole deal with the Speaker of the House, I found out that was not fully explained. A lot of the money that we were sending to Ukraine, we'd already committed to them under a Budapest agreement and some other agreements and stuff. And a lot of the military equipment we're sending through Poland, and the Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine have never gotten along. And a lot of the material that we're sending that should go to Eastern Ukraine, somehow it's getting held up in Western Ukraine, you know, whether it's, you know, for whatever reason. So that kind of battle is going on there. But the deal with Israel, if you'll remember, Biden would never, he worked against Netanyahu. He would never really meet him on a diplomatic stage. And then I think it's a few months ago, Biden was saying that Netanyahu shouldn't do his judicial reforms or something. He was inserting himself into Israeli politics, and it was on the side of Hamas or the Palestinians or whatever. So my thought is like, does Biden not understand he's president of the United States, and he has to be careful of what he says because people around the world are looking at it? And we've had this speaker debacle. We've had, you know, the open southern border, and then Biden throws more gas on the fire by talking about getting involved with the Netanyahu deal, because remember, Netanyahu, they were trying to convict him of something over there. I know he had a lot of legal troubles, and it come back to something with the Israeli Supreme Court, and he was trying to change things to where the judicial people over there wouldn't have so much power. And it just sounded kind of odd that it's almost parallel to what's going on in this country and what they're trying to do with Trump. So how Hamas and these other people managed to mount this attack by surprise and catch Israel off guard, it is surprising. But there are people in Israel that oppose Netanyahu. Who knows? Maybe they were working with him. It was kind of a religious holiday time, and whether they might have let their guard down or what, I don't know. But the thing of it is that we in this country, they're saying we're going to go in support Israel and do all this. But my question is it really going to be real support, or can Israel really bank on us anymore like they could at one time?
Mm-hmm.
And with this whole deal in Ukraine going on, and the stuff coming through Poland over in Europe, that Poland's upset about Ukraine grain coming through them because it's lowering the price of their grain. And Putin is basically trying to cause more dissension. And so, Biden comes along, gives Iran more money to get hostages out. Now we're going to have a bunch of American hostages over there.
Yep.
So this will not only be supporting Israel, it will be protecting American citizens. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't know who in the world thought it was a good idea to replace Trump with Biden, but they sure do have a lot of blood on their hands between the pandemic and the hostages and everything else.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll kind of let you go and let you finish out the show there.
All right. Thank you, Vic. Have a good morning. Pappy was talking about the emergency broadcast system. Now he was sleeping that morning when that was all unfolding. He had no idea till like many people that work third shift. The only reason I was probably up because I had to get the kids up for school, and I had taken the wife to work and just dropped her off, and I had to, as always, had the news on and listening to I guess that was the 8 a.m. newscast when the first reports of a plane had run into one of the towers. Thought it was like a small plane. It was an accident, blah, blah, blah. We all know how things unfolded from there. But he was asking, did they ever set off the emergency alert system? I don't recall having any emergency alert ever activated that day, even though, if you think about it, as the morning unfolded, the second towers hit, then the Pentagon's hit, and you got another plane, so much mass confusion. But I remember at one point there were 3 or 4 other planes unaccounted for and things of that. Where are they at? Where are they headed? Are they headed for Chicago? Are they headed for other? I don't know that they ever, you would certainly think that they might have issued like the EAS system, like in D.C., especially because after having the Pentagon being hit and other planes up there. But to my recollection, the EAS or emergency alert system was never implemented on September 11. All right, Truck and Phil, how are we looking out there? Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Yep, it's cooled off. 57 for a high in Fort Wayne, 55 Sterling Heights. Right now, out of Fort Wayne, it maintains business as usual at GM. We expect them to settle things before they close down Fort Wayne and the GM plants in Flint. Now, only time will tell, but here we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Have a safe, great week out there. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Oddly enough, Pappy, you asked an interesting question there. I did a quick search and I found from the archives, the New York Times, they shared the story as Carol Friedland listened to the hissing sound from her radio on September 11. She was waiting patiently for an urgent message from the nation's emergency alert system. She had tuned to news coverage on WNYC AM in Manhattan shortly after the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, when the station abruptly went silent with the collapse of the North Tower, the destruction of the transmitters. Still, she waited. Through the decades, she listened to an abundance of alert announcements that she could recite them by heart. Yeah, we all know this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters in your area, in voluntary cooperation with federal, state, and local authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. For the next 60 seconds, you'll hear a tone that would be used to alert you in the event of an actual emergency. Remember, this is only a test. But the alert never came. Planes were hijacked, says Dr. Friedland, a Manhattan psychologist who spent the rest of that day counseling traumatized New Yorkers who had escaped the disaster. America was attacked. If this was not an actual emergency, then what the hell is? Where was the emergency alert system? The answer is it was never activated. No president has ever used the current system or its technical predecessors in the last 50 years, despite a Soviet missile crisis, a presidential assassination, the Oklahoma City bombing, major earthquakes, and recent high alert terrorist warnings. Well before September 11 of 2001, though, experts in the field of public warning were calling for a major effort to revolutionize the system, advocating that it be suppressed by something more flexible, something sophisticated. Instead of using traditional radio and television, a future system could save more lives, delivering a variety of targeted warnings from federal or local officials through car radios, cell phones, pagers, other wireless devices. And they called for a coordination of these efforts with law enforcement officials on federal, state, and local levels, which, of course, this particular New York Times story was December of 2001. Literally, like 90 days after that attack on September 11, when they were discussing why was the EAS never even activated when undoubtedly this country was under a coordinated attack, which I guess the president makes the call, right? George W. would have been the sitting president at the time. We all saw the video where reading the book in the elementary school, interrupted, abruptly leaving, and yeah, we all remember that day, but okay. But there's the answer to the question. It was never activated. Yeah, government officials have defended the decision not to activate on that day. Michael K. Powell was chairman of the SCC, or Federal Communication Commission, which oversees the EAS, pointed to the media environment. I mean, he said the system was, in effect, scooped by the likes of all the major broadcasts, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. Everyone had gone to pretty much nonstop coverage. The explosion of 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week media networks, in some ways, has proven to supplant those original conceptions of senior leaders needing to talk to the people. With that, we'll leave it off here on a Monday morning. Enjoy the greatest day of the week. Hope you'll come back, join us at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time. We'll do it again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but